Okay, good morning, folks. Another morning session. Maybe we can do things that are a little bit more normal, or maybe not. My desk is currently a mess. I hope I can cope, and I will start by putting some of this stuff away. Yeah, I got all kinds of stuff that's on here on the table that have never been out on the table, and well, they've never been out on this table for sure. Because I got all my World War II kits, and not all of them, but I did do an inventory on what things I had started, and I got a whole list of stuff that I have. And of all of these kits, the only one that's a model kit that I never started on was an Eschi Panzer 1. What's in store for us? I have no idea, Peter. I really need to work on my Huns, but man, I feel like zero motivation to do them. So maybe we'll do a little bit of the Hun painting. What do you guys want to see? I found all my World War II figures, sorted through them, and thank goodness I don't have as much stuff as some of you guys, or I had enough. I thought I had a Hetzer in there somewhere, but I didn't. But all these kits, I'll start off with showing you guys what I did last night before I went and played some Armored Commander. I did a list of all the kits that I had started, and they would be things like, for instance, this old Airfix kit, which here in the U.S., I've said this before, Airfix never made it to the U.S. They were branded as a company called MPC. Let's see if I can find either box. It's around here somewhere, damn it. Oh, lovely. I'm using it as a lid. Okay. When I was a kid, Airfix wasn't here. I mean, it was here, but it wasn't here. These are the things that I was retrofitting yesterday, and they were all damaged and beat to shit and stuff like that. So here's a Fujimi Stug 3G that I had started painting. I mean, this is like 30 years ago. You know, I'd get analysis paralysis. I'd run into some kind of a problem, and then I'd be like, I don't know what to do. Fuck it, I'll move on to something else. And that's how you end up like with half-built things. I guess I didn't have the patience to put on the side skirts, so I put them on now, mainly to hide this rubber band track, which is horrendous. So here's the Yak Panzer 4 that was done. I finished it up yesterday. It's done in a all modern. I hadn't damaged too much of this stuff, other than the separate link tracks were a nightmare. Were a nightmare for me back then. There's a guy named Dr. Faust who does YouTube stuff, and he had this idea of putting them down with a piece of tape, and I did that method. And here's the barrel to the Stug 4. Let's pull this stuff out. Old 222, still destroyed. Here's an Eschi Pack 36. Okay, this is what they used to look like, and it may be a very similar box art to the Airfix. And it even says Airfix Models 1979 on the bottom of it. But this is how MPC stuff was here. It came with lots of pictures of it painted. It gave you these these are called golden stripes. They had golden stripes, golden wings, and they also had golden anchors, I think is what it was. And depending on which kit you bought, you got a certain amount of these, and you could turn them in the mail and get a free kit. And I actually got 2 free kits. I think I don't remember what it was, but I built a lot of their stuff. You know, as an idiot kid, you know, that is worthless. But these guys have been sitting around and they've been mistreated. They've never been used in combat, and one of these things was broken. These were all thrown in a pile. So I'm going through and kind of fixing everything because the time has come. I'm feeling like the time has come. So this is a Fujimi 76 millimeter Kubelwagen. This is 176 scale Kubelwagen. Here's an interesting thing about it is I couldn't find one of the seats. So that's probably what happened. I gave up and stopped building it because it was like half built. I'm like, I'll make a pack or something to fit in there. They're for wargaming models. They're going to look good, but they're still wargaming models. I'm not, going to do photo etch anything on these things. This is the Fujimi, which, by the way, the Fujimi kits, I have this idea that anything made in Japan is great. I don't dare buy a vehicle. It's not Japanese. But Japanese stuff wasn't always good. And these Fujimi kits prove it. They are basically a piece of shit. They have mismolded parts and all kinds of stuff. I'm looking at this shovel that I had to attach to that. They just don't go together very well. And this is an old Roco mini tanks. And I know it's 1/87th scale, but we're going to use it because this is perfect for a target. A target that you have to go take out this vehicle because it's causing hell on the U.S. airmen. It might actually go really well with the French resistance figures that I'm thinking about doing. Their mission is to take this thing out. What else? And here's the 37 millimeter that comes with it. Not as impressive as 420s. A lot of memories back there. Your motivation is universal. You just fled your war game room. Run away. Because I just can't face what's shoved in there. I literally have almost no room to move. Looks completely different from the Airfix box art. I thought that the MPC stuff is great. It is just the same. It's exactly the same thing. Let's see. Where is this little... No, it's not written on here. Anyways, even the Eshi kit, it has all kinds of stuff that's freaking wrong on it. Because you're like... They give you these vague instructions that I thought only the Russians gave you, right? Because I got a couple of Russian kits. And they say, put it here. It doesn't tell you where. So you look at the photographic evidence that comes with the instructions, and it's shown in a completely different location. So I go online and I find out, okay, where is this jack located? And it's somewhere totally different. So you're like, you know what? Fuck it. You can kind of, it is a wargaming thing, and not everything. The Germans didn't make everything exactly the same way, and that was one of the many reasons that cost them the war, thank goodness. As I like to say, they had cool toys, but they were bastards, so I'm glad they lost. But that's why this stuff is really popular, because this stuff looks neat. So it's actually been a joy going through stuff, and stuff I haven't messed with in 30 years. Stuff like this. Okay? This is, I don't even know who makes this thing. This is a 251-1D. It's a D style half track. It's not the sexy one. It's got less parts. And I started painting it and gave up. And I don't know exactly what happened. I'm pretty sure this is like a BP cast resin kit. It's actually, if it is a BP cast, it's one of the better BP casts. Yeah, I don't know why I just stopped painting it. It's interesting. It's interesting what's happened in the last 2 weeks. So it kind of rekindled my idea. Even though I looked at the rules and I'm like, wow, I'm going to have to create a flowchart for it. And I'm fully prepared to play them only alone, because they're only an idiot would want that much detail, but that's me. Here is a two-piece. Maybe it's more than two pieces. No, I think it's just a two-piece. Stug 4. I'm with Zimmerit. This is a BP cast thing. And it broke off. I got so far to paint it black, and I think I sprayed it black and gave up. So one of these guys is going to be my guinea pig. Not necessarily this morning, but to do... So there's a couple of things that have always been elusive. One of them I always knew about, and one of them is kind of a recent thing. And I solved one of them, I think. And I'll solve the other one too. Panzer Dark Yellow, right? What color is it exactly? Or what color am I comfortable with? And the German Gray. So the German Gray, the Panzer Dark Yellow has always been, a mystery. You go and you pull it out and it looks too green. You do this and you do the other one. You look pictures online, they look right, but then the colors they tell you to paint are way too green. Like this is probably the dark yellow color. Obviously it was going to be lightened up more than that, but so I went yesterday, and I said, okay, well, I know that the Vallejo makes all kinds of different colors for it. I've got like 200, 300 Vallejo colors, and it may not be the latest and the greatest, but let me go on the Flames of War website and see what code they tell you to use. And since then, they now make official Flames of War, not that I'm planning on playing Flames of War, but I think it's a really good resource for, paint ideas, looking at things that are already built to kind of, keep you on track. A starting point or something like that. I've used a lot of their stuff for like, the color schemes on like the basing and stuff. So I don't go and paint a bunch of guys and realize I don't like the basing on them. I can at least see somebody, how they decided to do the basing with the 3 colors they used. And if I like how that turned out, I think it's very useful. Even though I'm not a Flames of War player, never will play Flames of War, don't do 15 millimeter World War II. All that stuff is irrelevant. I get a lot of ideas sometimes from 28 millimeter figure manufacturers, and I'll never do 28s. So I'm strictly 15s for Ancients and Medievals, and 20s for World War II. I've done micro armor with World War II back in the 80s. I'm not going back to that. The infantry is just kind of a sideshow. Infantry is important, I like to paint figures. So, but anyhow, I digress again. So I go through the Flames of War website, and one of the colors they use is, and when you're a kid, you're not obsessed with, but you're really affected by the name of the color of a paint. Okay? So if a paint was called, German Gray, you wouldn't even think of anything else. You just go and grab that, right? It was the 80s. We didn't have the internet where we could share information from each other. So if you saw a color that was called German Dark Yellow, you're going to use it no matter what, right? And they're not always named correctly. So apparently the color that was recommended, and I also grew up with a set of colors called biflocal called Poly-S. And Poly-S seemed to have the correct colors for a lot of things. Their German Gray seemed to be right on. Their yellow seemed to be correct. That kind of stuff. But they're no more. So I go to the Flames of War website, and there's a color called Middlestone. And when I hear Middlestone, the first thing I think of is desert rats, right? That is a nomenclature that, and there might have been an old Poly-S color called Middlestone that I had. I had desert rats. That's one of the things I love about the desert is I think both sides are particularly interesting. The Germans with their hodgepodge type of stuff that they have all kinds of things thrown together, and the Commonwealth forces with their cool zany paint schemes. Please stop tempting me to start building kits again. Oh, it's better than doing drugs. There's a model shop only 300 yards from my home, and I'm feeling an urge to visit them. No, here's what you do. Build the old shit you've had for 30 years. I was to the point where I'm going to either throw these things away or I'm going to fix them the best I can and move forward with them, realizing that they may not be the best thing that's out there. I'm not going to cogitate about, what am I going to do about the windshield? Fuck it. Just paint it and move on. You don't worry about the windshield. It's either that or throw them away. So I'm going to say the hell with analysis paralysis with this stuff. And I have things that are in so many different stages that that's where I'm at. I either need to build them or, move on. I got a 251 1D. This is probably the one that's in the best shape. This is, I don't even know who made this one. It's got rubber band tracks, so it's probably I don't know who the hell made it. But this one's actually kind of painted. Started painting it, because again, this isn't finished either. about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, sorry. But, I even went and did the benches and stuff like that. It's still going to need to be brought up to modern standards. I got German half tracks coming out of my ass, and not a single one of them's done. So it's the point is like, okay, we need to finish these things, or I'm going to throw them in the garbage can, because we're going to get through all this stuff. We're not going to get through it today, but here's an Eschi. I hated this half track because this is one that was probably based on one that was captured, and it has these damn rivets. And remember, I did all this stuff in like the 80s and 90s when we didn't have the internet. So he has all these damn rivets, and if you look at any photographic evidence of 251 half tracks, they don't have rivets on them. I can tell you right now, this is a 1/72nd scale, and this is a 1/76th. Yeah, there's a little bit of a size difference there. And I'm not worried about it. I'm going to use them side by side. It's like I said, you either use them or I'm going to throw them away. And I really don't want to throw them away. You don't have any unbuilt kits. Got rid of all my 20mm World War II stuff in the 80s. Well, if you start, it's on you. I love World War II shit. Here is a matchbox. Hey, remember those guys in multiple colors? Yeah, this is like an early one. This is like one you'd use like for Poland or France. Look at all these tiny little pieces. Well, the thing is I wanted to buy some new stuff because there's stuff that comes with piece tracks that are all together. And I'm not going to buy them while I have all this other stuff. So I'm either going to throw this shit away and then buy the new ones, or I'm going to build these and have fun with them. I've taken that track for now. All right, so let's, I got a pile of these rubber band tracks. I hate to say it, but I actually like the separate link better than these because these don't fit well. Forget that they don't look well. They don't fit well. And you're putting all this like pressure on you. Yeah, and you can heat them up in boiling water, but they can't be too boiling or they'll melt. Come on, life's too short. So that's why I started messing with that stuff. But one of these, so the other thing that I solved is, or I think I've solved. Let me stay humble. So the middle stone, if you pull it out, it's this color. It's way too yellowy. And I know I'm going to lighten it up with something else. So I think I'm going to make my own formula based on photographic evidence. And it's not going to be, I painted a Panther tank relatively recently. Within the last 25 years. And it didn't look this color. I didn't use this. So, Kubelwagen, it's all beat to shit. That now I'm missing a freaking headlight, and that one's probably not repairable. But anyhow, so the other thing that I solved, or wasn't even aware of, there's this controversy because I used to do 1/35th scale models in the early '90s. Not that they were worth a damn. I mean, they were okay, I guess, but not by the stuff that I do now. And we didn't have the internet to share information with each other, get ideas. I guess I'll be doing Coke this morning because there's no coffee. But the Panzer Gray, there was this controversy of whether or not it has any blue in it. And I'm like, well, that's a recent problem because I don't remember that being a thing back in the day. But now there is, and I see people with tanks that have a little bit of blue in it, and I like how it looks. And I'm like, well, how am I going to do that? And I started messing with this Panzer II, this is a metal kit, and I just painted it overall in dark gray, which is the color that's recommended for the Germans. Maybe it's not this one. It's the German dark gray, whichever one it is. It's 995. This one's out here for something else. And I happen to have this color that I'd never used before in my life. And it's called German World War II Luftwaffe Blue. And I dry brush this on top of it. And it looks great. Well, this isn't done, of course. But it has just a hint of blue in it. It has just a hint of blue. So, but you know, I mean, all these guys, I'm probably going to build stuff and then going to go and just paint it, not do one at a time. But, you know, like all the gray guys I could probably do. I got several half tracks to do. This is a Panzer II. What else do I have in gray for the Germans? I've got a Panzer IV F1 and an F2 that are not complete. About 3 251 half tracks that would be earlier ones. The 2 Opel Blitz trucks, I'm going to make them gray. What else do I have on here? A Panzer one, a Panzer Jaeger one. I'll probably build all that stuff, get it up to spec, and then paint them all, so that, you know, I'm on a roll. So, if I was going to do World War II larger than 300, I'd do 15. As I already have some 15 millimeter Peter Pig British infantry in the lead pile. Yeah. Well, you got to use what you have. When I started doing World War II, 15 millimeter wasn't a World War II scale, and I do skirmish. So I really don't want guys any smaller than this because it'd be really hard to put their names on them. And I got to redo the basing on them. Everything else on these guys looks stellar. It's just as good as the stuff that I paint now. Just the basing was stupid 1990s technology. Bovington Tank Museum has a pretty definitive video about dark yellow paint on their YouTube channel. Yep, I watched it. I watched it while I was at the gym the other day. Yep. So, anyhow. Onwards and upwards. All right. I guess we'll paint some freaking Huns. Jeez. Boring. I also want to do something where I paint one thing and it's done. That's why I like the figures that are individually based. Not, okay, I got this Hun guy done. What can I do with them? Nothing, because I got to wait for the other Huns to be completed to put them together on something. So, that and something dramatically has changed in the last 2 weeks. I'm basically not going to play at our normal location till it cools down. And it may be a while, and I'm okay with that. These days of playing in 85-degree weather, I'm just not going to do it anymore. I've done it for too long. My wife doesn't know how I put up with it because I always complain about the heat all the time, and it's just too freaking hot there. There's no air conditioning, or there is air conditioning, but it's no insulation. I'm just not going to do it anymore. You know, so we'll occasionally play here. I'll go to conventions. We'll still do painting, but I don't need to be tortured. I have a job where I'm sweating all the freaking time anyways. So I don't need any more of that. And I hate that part of it. So it just means less DBA videos. I kind of had a bad taste in my mouth the last video I had anyways. Too many problems came up. And it's nothing against the people I play with, but I'm done with, you know, I'm really done. I'm really tired of these abstract rules. I mean, I've played the rules freaking 2,500 times, and always something new crops up that, because they're so abstract, you can't figure where they are in the rule book. So, I don't know what that means, but I don't know, but a bad taste is not probably accurate, because it's not like, you know, that, but I'm not as interested in playing it as I used to be. Whatever that means. So that was one of the reasons that I decided to mess with this stuff. Let's get, let's get my brushes. And I'll be honest with you, the fact that all the stuff that we've done and still nobody shows up at the big convention to play it, I'm like, why am I killing myself for these rules that nobody's interested in here in the United States? You know? Why am I killing myself? I'm a bit done with doing shit for other people. I'm going to do stuff that I want to do. So, yeah, there's that. Where are we at here? So, like, I start doing World War II rules. Nobody wants to play this game. That's fine. I'll play it solo, or I'll just enjoy building the stuff. I don't think I'm going to put games on at conventions where I got to worry about people destroying my shit. That's what got me from stop going to conventions for like 10 years. So, we'll just hang out. We'll do videos like this. It is a global community of wargaming, no matter what it is that we're doing, whatever period that we're doing, and it's not really important. Just hanging out and de-stress. What the hell happened to this brush? Jeez. This is enough to work on. That's the one we got to use exclusively for faces. Exclusively for faces. Let's get this out of the way. But if I had to do it over again, I'd still do World War II 20 mil. I like the scale. I like the scale. And there's lots of 3D printed World War II buildings and shit that I would love to have. I'm just not going to let myself buy them. I have a shitload of Shermans. I have 2 armor fast Shermans that one of them is missing part of the mantlet, so I'm going to have to fudge that. 2 of them are die-cast Corgis, which are scaled perfectly to 1/76. And 2 of them are, and I have 3 M3A1 half-tracks, but I've got no decals for US stars. And I watched a couple of videos on how to paint olive drab, and I was really happy with the results. I'm dying to try that, but I don't have the stars to finish it, so we'll have to order those today, hopefully get them in next week, and we'll start painting those guys up. They'll be based on, yeah, see, I already got this out of the way. I went and measured the dimensions of it and didn't put it back. You were intending to go to the colors show today, but decided not after discovered only 4 15mm companies are attending. Yeah. I went to Historicon. There was almost everything was in 28s. It doesn't matter. I don't go to shows to buy stuff. I don't need any more things to buy. I need to complete the things I already have. So when we finish today, I'm going to we're going to base one of these vehicles in black because we're going to mess with one of them, and it might be the half track with a quad. I'm not sure. 15mm companies are giving up on shows. Maybe shows aren't going to be what they used to be. I mean, the attendance at Historicon was really low for multiple reasons. I'm not going to worry about it, I'm going to do what I do. I can't take this shit to the grave. I might as well enjoy it. I'm not worried about the graying of the hobby or all that stuff, or we need to get women into wargaming. I'm like, I do what I do. You either like it or you don't, It's sad. I dislike anything that, things were a certain way and they're shittier now. I don't like anything that's taken that turn, but it is what it is. I think the internet exacerbated it. I mean, it's good for our hobby, but it also, I don't know. I think the internet kind of started it all. And then I think the pandemic really was an awakening. I think it's an awakening for me. I think we thought the world was A and it's really Q. Or I thought the world was A and it's really Q, so. So let's not get into that. But all right, we need to do, this guy's has a mid-colored horse. We're going to do his shirt color in a light color. Right? Yeah, let's do a shirt in a light color. Yeah, let's do that. So this color should do fine. This color should do fine. Good morning, Mr. Doug. I need to put some more air on it. It's hot enough in this house. What did I say the other day? I said the first person I find out that complains about the frickin' heat in Florida, you know, when it starts getting cooler, I swear I'm going to hire somebody to behead them. It is so freaking hot here all the time. You know, it's one thing if you're outside at the beach. It's one thing if you're doing out there doing activities that are hot. But just hot to be hot, that's just unacceptable. I read about somebody, actually, I know someone who, they don't paint over the summer because they have to paint in their garage. I would quit painting if I had to paint in my garage. If that's the only place I could paint, I would go do something else. I would, as much as I enjoy doing this, I'd go do something else. I am not painting in my garage. I don't need to paint that badly. Now, maybe if I worked in a freezer all day and couldn't wait to get out of it, but I work in a construction type field where you have to wear PPE. It's already hot, and you got to wear more shit on top of it, just because. Younger Gore gamers who came to the hobby via Games Workshop are overwhelmingly 28 mil. The only smart or scared they're willing to try is Warlord's new 13.5 epic scale. 62 degrees here today. Perfect. That's good weather to wear shorts in. The only part I'm looking forward to getting older is, I hear when you get older, you start getting cold all the time. I can't wait. I can't wait. I frequently kid that I need to move somewhere where you have to shove ice cubes up your ass to stay warm. Maybe an extreme example, but I would actually probably like the weather over there at the pond. I don't know about that dreariness, but I like cold and wet. I like the wet because I don't like being dry. It's bad for me. You gotta wear long sleeves. Perfect. I love wearing long sleeves. So I've refrained about making any comments about what happened a couple days ago because, you know, it's not really my place. But I'm going to have to tell you something about the Queen. And I watched this programming a couple years ago talking about, and we talked about this, about accents over there on your side of the pond. And nobody can speak as clearly as Queen Elizabeth could. Well, I'm sure there's other people, but you know, that you know of. But I was listening to, on the way home, the broadcast of, I was going to say Prince Charles. Isn't that hard? Is it going to be hard for you guys to say King Charles? Is every time you think of King Charles, you think automatically of somebody who got beheaded? Anyhow, he doesn't speak as clearly. He needs to, you know, he didn't take up after his mom. I thought that was interesting, but yeah, I could always understand everything the Queen said. You know, she spoke very clear and, what do you guys call it? RP? Righteous pronunciation? I forget what the hell it is. Oh, man. You're gonna be every time you hear King Charles, you're gonna think of somebody that got beheaded. That was only the first one. Well, that's because he wasn't born in the 1920s. Oh, do people speak not well like that now? Not well like that now? Received pronunciation. Yes, you've been received. I think righteous sounds better, don't you think? It's righteous pronunciation, dude. Yeah, I've got no beef with the Queen, but, you know, I believe in meritocracy myself, but you guys can do whatever you want. That's fine. I will say this, as my ancestors would say, she's our favorite Elizabeth. My ancestors would like Elizabeth II more than Elizabeth I. Oh, man. You Brits had other enemies before the Germans and the French. Actually, not before the French. The French are the first ones. The island French versus the mainland French. Boy, I feel like I need to do a purge here. There's a lot of losers in here. And I try to be better about putting them in this thing, the ones I was using, but a lot of these just aren't doing as well as they used to anymore. This one. Mr. Harvey, welcome. So the difference between working on this and World War II, and I'm gonna give a caveat to World War II. World War II vehicles, not World War II figures. World War II vehicles. The difference between this and working on World War II vehicles is that I'm motivated to do that right now. I'm motivated to do World War II vehicles. However, there's no analysis paralysis with this because whatever I come up with, with these guys, I know I'm going to be happy with how they turn out. The vehicles, I don't know. I mean, my skills are in an infancy compared to painting figures. Because I know what I like. I know what I want them to look like. But I'm not sure I know how to get there yet. So we're going to do some test beds. Like there's several people that I would consider that are my painting heroes. Okay? And, but I don't like how they do vehicles because these figures, all of them, they're cartoon looking. Okay, and I don't mean that like a bad way, but they've got black lines or places, or they got shading. They're exaggerated, and I think the vehicles need to match that. A lot of these guys will make these vehicles that look like something from an IPMS championship, with the dust and the grit and all that stuff. Specifically the dust, okay, because the dust is the opposite of panel lining, right? You actually get that stuff into the places that you would normally leave black for contrast. So the dust kind of works against that. And I just find it really strange when people have vehicles that have dust and extreme weathering like that, but then their figures look cartoony is the wrong word, comic booky. And I mean that in a good way. I think my figures look to an extent comic book like. And I want my vehicles to look that same way too. And I'm not sure that I've got the skills yet to figure that out, but I'm willing to give it a shot. So there's some folks out there who are really good painters. I don't really like the way they do their vehicles. That doesn't mean they don't do a good job. I mean, there's some master painters on frickin' YouTube. There's a guy called who does vehicles called, I think his name is Night Shift or something like that. And his vehicles look better than the real vehicle. Of course, he's doing 1/35th scale. But if he did smaller scales, his stuff would look just like real vehicles. I don't think that vehicle would translate well on a War Games table. I think it's too subtle. You don't want a vehicle that has, a Panzer II that has every single bolt of the equipment that's bolted in from the inside of it. You have the bolt on the top and rust over. It's just too much. It's too ultra realistic. It's like putting a Rembrandt next to something that's impressionistic. They don't, or have them both in the same painting. It just doesn't go together to my eye. So it's going to take a little bit of experimentation. But it'll be an interesting journey. I may not film how I'm painting a World War II vehicle until I get that down. Shouldn't take too long. Not my first rodeo. But, it's funny because that guy, I think it was that guy in particular, I was watching one of his videos, I was painting a tank, and he was unsure about painting a figure. He could do all these super tanks, but he wasn't sure about how he did a figure. And I think he ended up doing one. It turned out great, but it was funny just seeing him being unsure about something. And I'm like, get out of the way. I'll paint figures for you. Get out of the way, But it's just, it's analysis paralysis. It's like sometimes worrying about how something's going to turn out. You're like, you don't know where to begin, and just freaking jump in and paint your way out. That's what took me so long to paint a backdrop for some of my figures to take photographs. The backdrops I've done, I've taken 10 minutes maybe. I was just like, I don't know where to begin. And I was worried about it. Instead of, I should just throw paint down and figure it out as I went. And that's what happened with all these old kits. I would run into some kind of thing like, I don't know if I'm going to make it this color or that one. Well, if I do this one, then I don't want to put the instead of just like, F it, build them, and I can reach anything with a paintbrush that people can see. I watched a video, and I forget who it was the other day, and because I watch a lot of videos, because, there's some people that have some really good ideas on YouTube. And I'm not necessarily speaking about myself. I'm just saying, there's experts in the field of all kinds of fields there. There's also a lot of garbage, but there's a lot of, useful stuff on there. And and this person in particular was worried about, well, I can't paint this because then I can't reach it. And I'm like, come on, man. Yeah, you can. That part's easy. Get out of the way. But I don't think that anything is necessarily easy or difficult. It's just, do you have experience to do it? Do you have self-confidence in being able to do certain things? And I do when it comes to painting this stuff. You know, if I'm like, hey, you need to paint this Napoleonic unit, I'd be like, okay. And I'm sure it would come out great because I got a clue, you know. Like one of the issues with World War II, I can tell you already, anti-tank guns. If you have an anti-tank gun, do you mount it on a base or not? I'm not going to. I'm not going to because then it affects where you can fit it in. You might have it inside of a building and the base won't fit. So I'm not going to mount my anti-tank guns. I'm not going to put, and I'm doing skirmish, so I don't want a stand that has 4 anti-tank gunners and the anti-tank gun glued on one base. I don't want that. I'll have them all individually because somebody may come out and take one of the guys out. Then what do? Well, you could just remove the figure. And again, the whole point is to be able to paint one guy at a time and you're done with something. So, there are all kinds of shit. I got my World War II German figures that I have a plethora of. Actually, I have more Russians than I thought I did. I may have just as many Russians as World War II guys. As German guys. Okay, pants. Let's do some blue pants on this guy, but not, crazy in the blue department. What am I looking for? This. They're over here. Not crazy in the blue department. Sore from 3 days ago. Yeah, this will work. I'm not going to be too picky when it comes to that. Okay, this doesn't need to be here. Yeah, I need to rearrange all this shit again. This is probably the most disorganized this table's been in a long time. But I want to purchase new stuff, and I'm not going to allow myself to do it. It's not like I don't want to do this. It's like if I can't do this now, I'm never going to do it. Oh, here they are. They're over here. Can I show you a close-up of the figure at times during the painting session? You really want to see it? I think the close-up doesn't work really well. The video just doesn't do it justice, no matter what I do to it. And then they look better in person. And after you seal them, they look even better. And then here's the completed guy, but not sealed. They don't look like much. And part of it is the lighting. I can't get the lighting correct. Here. So. Yeah, the painting thing is really similar to what somebody said one time when I was showing pictures of the games at conventions. You take pictures of people playing a game, and then, I need to see the figures. You show pictures of the figures for up close, like, I need to see people playing the game. Just. So, like I said, there probably will not be very many DBA videos for a while until it cools down. So, or we move locations, and I don't see a whole lot of interest in people wanting to do that. So I'm good not. I don't need to go to work day and suffer. So. I've put up with it long enough. Yeah, it just got to the point where I was hating to go over there. I was hating to have to rush to get all my stuff together, and then go and sweat, and then put up a video, and then stay up till freaking midnight editing it, and then loading it. It then didn't load, and then the next day having to find out why it didn't load, and then it uploaded, and it's just a huge pain in the ass all the whole time while you were sweating while you were doing it. It just became unfun. It doesn't mean I'm going to give up gaming. It's got nothing to do with that. I'm not going to game in freaking 85-degree weather on a work night. So what else is going on? What are people working on? It's cool, your painting style. I want to get your method down. Results look great. They look like shit on video. They look great up in person, and I try my best to take some pictures of the stills, but still in person just doesn't do it justice. The thing is, I'm painting. The video doesn't look like it, but this light is awesome. But it's also geared towards the direction it's coming from. But my painting style isn't the best for everybody. It is anal retentive. But I don't want to rush it. And if I was doing 28s, God help me, I'd take even longer. And I've gotten quicker about it. I used to have about 6 shades on every color. Now I'm good with about 3, maybe 4. Face is a little bit more than that. And some things are okay to be a little bit more impressionistic than others. I think clothing fall into that category. It's basically if I was giving these guys a wash, but I controlled exactly where the wash was going to be. So you're painting the hat lace on a unit of 28 millimeter Mulburians. Most entertaining videos are the theme ones where you and Mitch explain your plans and intentions. Those are the ones I enjoy the most too. I enjoy explaining stuff too. Well, tell Mitch to get up off his ass and come here to play like we used to. It has nothing to do with the people. It's just environment. It's totally environment. We have a good time no matter what we're playing. I just don't want, to get a freaking rash because I'm sweating so bad when I'm done playing. So. Is this the same color shoes that this guy did? Yes. We're not doing that. We're not rolling like that. Yeah, you can have light color shoes. The other thing that really kind of struck me with the World War II stuff was that I left it for about 20 years. And just before I left it, I had bought some things that had just come out. And I happened to look back, and those companies are out of business. They don't make them anymore. They're out of print. I'm like, what the fuck happened? Like, what happened? You know? I mean, 20 years sounds like a long time, but all I did was play DBA. I come back, and like the whole world has come to an end. So I'm like, man, there might be some cool. I really want to do some buildings. As I don't. That's what I didn't get to. The next box. I need to go. I have a little French farmhouse that I painted. It's actually a 15 millimeter scale. It's like a little barn that I use in my. And I really want to do some weathering and shit. Just from inspiration that I've gotten with other people doing stuff on YouTube. And I need to use the skills, probably the wrong word, but the tactics that I have used in getting these DBA armies to get done to do the World War II stuff. Just start a project, stay on it. Stay on it. Don't start anything until you're done with that project, because if you do little bits of things, like I used to do, you get nothing accomplished. Okay, let's see what we got here. Might be cooler if you didn't wear shoes like Mitch. Barbarian. No, I don't wear shoes right now, but I'm in my house, not in a shed that's outside. I don't wear shoes in my house. You don't want to bring all that crap in. I'm not even Asian, and I don't bring shoes in the house. Your house gets dirty enough as it is, you know, without that. Do you come up with a color scheme that you want, or try to stick to historical schemes? Yes. I try to, I do a combination of the two. That's my favorite thing to do. That and picking the figures out. I really enjoy doing that. I don't know how I do well with, you got to paint these guys this way. I'm like, I don't want to pull everything out of my ass, but I don't mind experimenting a little bit. Like, this is what it should look like. Or, you know, like I would never paint a medieval army that would just be generic to use for French, English, German. I would just never do that. I'd build an English one or a German one. And I have to find in my mind, assuming that I had 72 other ones, how am I going to make this one look German-like? Or how am I going to make this one look... And that's what I call my own spin on it. So you take, maybe you take heraldry that, fits that better. Not like just take everything, like maybe not use as much heraldry that has green in it or something like that, You just finished a 28 millimeter Polish World War II army for bolt action. Next up is 28 millimeter East Front Railroad Tracks and Train, MDF. Did I mention you hate MDF? You did not. Why do you hate MDF? I don't. It's just, MDF is what you guys are left with in Europe. Wood things are relatively cheap on this scale here in the U.S. Cork is prohibitively expensive. You guys are backwards. You guys are the other way around. I think MDF is okay. As long as it paints, as long as it... it's probably a pain to glue, isn't it? It probably is a pain, because it's glossy-ish a little bit. I don't know. I haven't messed with it a whole lot. Only because it's a relatively new... this guy needs some color on his... on his straps. Let's be careful. We don't want to use something that we just used on something else. We can do a lighter color. What did we do here? That. do a gray maybe. Yeah, maybe a really light gray. I don't have really any experience with that. I've only built a couple of things with it, but things seem to go to it. I don't love plastic. I don't love plastic things. Bolt action. You like bolt action? I've seen a couple games of bolt action played, and it's not for me. But you know, gaming is only one part of it. I'll be honest with you. One of the things that I'll be honest. I should never say I'll be honest with you, because I'm never saying anything that's dishonest. One of the things that I'm liking about this World War II stuff is I can work on these vehicles and then I can go play them on Armored Commander. So I don't feel like I feel like I'm participating in them. I don't know. It's that's why I built the Jagdpanzer. It was pretty cool. I was playing the other day, and the designer of the game came online. I interacted with him a little bit, and he made a comment that he couldn't catch my last video, and then I brought a problem to him, and he fixed it and created a new patch for the game. So that's pretty cool. The bad news is that to get that patch to work, I needed to create a new crew because the vehicle was basically broken. It was an issue with the Jagdpanzer 4 was set up so that the driver is the one that fired the whole machine gun, and you could never advance and fire at the same time that way. And I looked it up, like that didn't seem right, and that wasn't the case. And I brought it up to him, and he changed it that same day. So he's very responsive. That's pretty cool, you know. What rule set am I going to play? Well, the rule set that we used to play, the Face of Battle, and again another thing that's out of print, and it is, I wouldn't say ultra skirmish because it's not Final Combat, which is extreme. It's not extreme, but the meat and potatoes of the game is it's individual people. And it's random activation. So you don't know who's going to activate next. By person. You could play it by squad or whatever, but I just think that just defeats the purpose. So yeah, you're only running like a squad per person. So it's individual activation. So it's slow motion, as I like to call it. I was watching a video on Chain of Command, and I've played a game of Chain of Command. I said, oh, this might be okay. And then I saw how they handled infantry, and I'm like, this is not okay. I'm not interested in that. And putting all this effort into the infantry, and then they just get put on the table and plopped off like, you know, you can pick who it is and that kind of shit. I mean, you got like special figures, but, you know, like commanders and stuff, but everybody else is kind of the same. I'm like, that's not for me. Maybe another rule set. Maybe it's okay in like Blood and Steel or something like that, which I should be playing in a couple of weeks. But I don't think I'm gonna get. MDF can be fiddly to work with. Is it a pain to glue? It seems like it. It seems like he's just like, F it. We're just gonna use epoxy. But again, I don't really care that much about the rules because it paints up okay. That's what I think. I think it paints up okay. There's no flash to clean up, right? I think it's relatively inexpensive, isn't it? So the thing I really hate now about doing this right now is when I'm done with this guy, I can't do anything with these figures. I gotta wait on doing a few more. Oh well. Maybe hate's the wrong word. I dislike about that. But anyways, I don't think I'm going to get into the Victorian thing. That's just like starting from scratch. I don't know. Maybe the game will be awesome and I'll really like it. We'll see. We'll see in a couple weeks. But I certainly can't do this and World War II and that. So it's going to be this and one other thing. I am taking pictures of my World War II stuff before and after, so you can see what kind of a junk pile it was where I left it in. You know, I was just careless, just throwing them in there and stuff. Like, I'm never going to use these things. You know? I mean, I'm not careless with my 15s and stuff. But Ultimate's who you play, not what you play. It is. That's correct. Bolt Action is my go-to game. The rules are well done and intuitive. The reinforced platoon scheme allows me to model squads and fun to do support weapons. Yeah. Hey, what works for you? I don't do that because I like more detail. But then I don't do Ancients with a lot of detail because I want to get something done. So I saw there was pictures of a game at, which one did you guys have a couple of years ago? Not a couple of years, a couple of months ago. Salute, I don't know if it was Salute. It was one of your big war game shows. And it was this big Ancients battle. And I'm thinking, that's a lot of figures to paint. A lot of figures that could be mistreated by other people that you don't know, that you may never see again. That's just not for me. You know, I'm fine with Ancients being not super detailed because that's not a period that, you know, that I'm super extremely interested in. As strange as that may seem to sound when it comes from my lips, but you know, it's World War II that I'm a nut about. I may not game it, but you know, like Phil Barker's rules. He's got World War II rules. There's no way I'm like, it's a heavy tank. Well, which one is it? Is it a Tiger? Well, which Tiger is it? Which variant is it? You know, okay, it's a Sherman. Which Sherman? You know, I can't accept no substitutes. So that's where, you know, for the longest time I don't game World War II. So I'll probably just work on some vehicles and play some Armored Commander. I'm enjoying that. I'm enjoying that quite a bit, actually. Let's see. Do we have a brown that's alive? This one should work fine. Thinking about picking up some DBA armies to collect and paint. Any place in the U.S. to buy the figures? Physically? No, not that I know of. I don't want to discourage you, but if you haven't played DBA, make sure you live in an area where someone's around to do the game, because it is a long road. Use super glue, okay. It is a long road learning how to play that game. Oh, it's a simple set of rules. Well, shit. It's abstract. Unless you're an abstract thinker. See, I'm not. I'm not an abstract thinker. I did a little mental exercise the other day, and I wish I would have brought you a little scrap paper. And I've talked about this earlier on one of my feeds. But when I'm doing World War II skirmish, there's some things that you need to consider that maybe rule sets don't even consider. They're not even included in the rules, for instance. So let's say you got a Sherman tank, and he wants to fire his 75 millimeter at an infantry. Well, there's a limit to how close you can fire it to the infantry because the shell won't land on the ground. There's basically an area around the tank where you can't get a shell to land there because of the depression of the gun just isn't sufficient. So I never took trigonometry. I never did in school. It's not like I avoided it. It just, I don't know, it wasn't available. I don't know. I never took it. But, if you take that angle of if you know what the height of the gun is and you know what the maximum depression is, you could, and you could figure out at what point the shell can land on the ground. And for the Sherman, it's like 35 feet. So you can't land a 75 millimeter shell closer than 35 feet from a Sherman. So if you're closer than that, you got to use machine guns. So 35 feet in the scale of that I'm using, 1 inch is 2 feet, which what I like to call it is a centimeter is a foot, okay, which is really close to 20 millimeter scale, really, really close. So it's almost like you seize what you get. So you've got this area around the tank 17 inches away or 17 and a half inches away. You can't land a shell. So you got a tank here, and he can't land a shell any closer than, to hit the ground. He could hit another vehicle, but it's that kind of stuff. So, what am I going to simulate a huge action? No, I'm going to simulate basically the slow motion scene in Saving Private Ryan. And that's what I want to simulate. I've played other games that do operational scale and rapid fire and stuff like that, and I've done that. I want to do stuff I can't do on the tabletop normally. Or, paint towards doing that, I should say. Phil B's last set of World War II, a good innovative move shoot system that included a training skill modifier. Can't recall when exactly they came out, circa 1990. Yeah. I think the world of Phil. I'm not playing any more of his rules. I just don't have the brain power. I'm going to have to wear a helmet and a padded suit and sit in a corner and do this. There's so many things that are so alien to the way I think. And I think he's a genius, but it's just way too abstract for my taste. That perfect conforming is just, that blows my freaking mind. I'm not playing another game that has perfect conforming. It's just too awkward. It doesn't feel right. I'm not saying you should be able to do whatever the hell you want to do. No, there should always be zones of control and stuff like that. But it's just too awkward for me. Now, I'll still keep playing DBA because, I've already got all those brain cells that I've already consumed, eaten, and digested. But yeah, I'll play DBN, but I'm not going to be the point guy. I don't want to even look at the rules. I'll look at the charts, like who's this, whatever. But how you do it, I need to have somebody to ask. It's just not worth it anymore. So I'm not really worried about the World War II game, whether I play it or not. I just want to paint some of this stuff. If I play it, I'll probably do it solitaire or put everybody on one until I get the hang of it. Then put everybody on one team and greatly limit the amount of forces that are on the table. You don't need to have 2 platoons fighting it out on a game that's that detailed. I'm honestly not worried about it. I mean, look at the people that build model tanks and never play with them at all. Well, there's a total waste with no intention of ever playing them. I at least have an intention. Now, whether or not I get around to it is a different matter, but I'm not too worried about it. But I'm not playing those set of Phil's rules. And I think the world of them. I got nothing bad to say about the man. I mean, he's a genius, but he thinks in a different way and words things that are just every time I look at it, it's I'm pulling my hair out, and I'm like, is that really what he means? It just you know that's an interesting thought at the moment. No, you didn't. You didn't say that at all. Come back to me when you know what you're talking about, what you want to say. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I'll find like a spelling error or something like that, and I don't want people to see it. Marco, there he is. Long time no see. Well, I've never seen you. Long time no come by. You not come by long time. Nice to see I'm painting a medieval. Yeah, I didn't really want to. Be honest with you. Honestly, the only reason I haven't painted them last week, painted any in the evenings, I've just been too tired. I've been too tired. I'm like, okay, I can either go to sleep or I'll play some Armored Commander. That's basically what it boiled down to. And I didn't want to go to sleep at freaking 8 o'clock at night, you know? Your view of Phil is based on a DBA experience. His earlier sets are very different with much detail. The premise used by players was if the rules do not say you can't, then you could. Yeah. Well, I've never played any of his other stuff. Not because I didn't like it. Nobody in my area played it. I'd never played Romans before. I had nothing against it, just never played Romans. Or medievals or any of that stuff. That's how you get started, you know? Were his earlier rule sets as organized the same way or disorganized the same way? That's the biggest problem. It's not the language. It's just like, okay, I need to find out, you know, the attributes of like maybe something about the unit type is not all in one place. You know, you got to like find it. It's the finding it. Once you find it, it's okay. It's finding it that's just like, why the f is this so difficult to find? That's an interesting thought about the firing tanks, almost a non-Zoc. You talking about the minimum distance? Yeah. I mean, we were coming up with our own rule set, not for publication. I just want to do stuff just to be, you know, learn more and get more detail, learn more, experience that kind of stuff, and we're keeping track of individual rounds and stuff like that. Now, there's games that are worse than that. I've got some Phoenix Command stuff that I got for reference. That stuff is just insane. You belong to a club in the 80s where 90% of the games played used WRG rules. Wow. In the 80s, I hadn't even heard of WRG. Well, you know, that's how you gotta get the word out. That's how people pick it up. But you know, things have definitely changed, and it's probably a multitude of factors. But It was very disappointing. I had a great time at Historicon, but I was very disappointed how many people were not interested in doing the stuff that we were interested in anymore. I don't necessarily mean DBA per se, but so will I go to Historicon again? Yes. Will I put on a game at Historicon? No. I'm not putting a game on there. We'll just go there to hang out and go to the Irish place next door and look at the stuff and film videos, Those were a lot of fun to do. I know some people enjoyed that. We plan on doing something similar at our show in Orlando here in a few weeks. Thoughts on Flames of War? I've played it a couple times. It's not for me. It's too World War II-ish. I just know too. I know too much, and I want it to incorporate all those details. And it's a codex type game. Like the Germans get to do some kind of blitzkrieg move that nobody else. It's just not for me. A lot of rule sets now seem to be geared towards figure manufacturers that make a rule and then make miniatures, and then they make a rule set for their miniatures. So I didn't grow up in that, and so it's kind of a new thing. And I think the best example of that is Warlord. That came out with their naval game that uses a scale that nobody uses. It's like some, I don't know, what is it, 1/1850 or something like that. And their ships are on a flip-flop, and I'm a big naval guy, so I played a lot of naval, and that was one of my first war things that I learned about was the ships growing up. My dad had this big tabletop book. We had several books, and we didn't have the internet, so you went to breakfast and you open one of those up and you learn shit, right? Because learning is fun. As long as you get to pick what you're learning about, learning is fun. And just like reading is fun, but I get to pick what I'm reading about, not, Oliver Twist, or whatever. I don't know why I thought about that. A book I've never even read. Grapes of Wrath, another. I don't read that stuff. I love to read, but, I don't want them to tell me what I'm going to have to read about. But anyhow, yeah. So it's not for me. But if it gets people in the hobby, it gets people in the hobby. I think their website's awesome. I've used it many times, but I don't do 15mm World War II. And I don't do that type of a game. I grew up playing Command Decision. I don't do that type of a game anymore either. 1/1800. The Napoleonic ships are 1/700, which no one else uses. Yeah, and I know why they did it, to sell models. I know, but like I said, I'm just, it's a business for them. They make business decisions. Just like all of us historical war gamers, we always have a problem with most war movies or most movies, because we want to see a good movie that maybe motivates people that tells the story as best we know it, that maybe wants to motivate people to learn about history. And the people making the movie just want to make a buck, so it's a conflict of interest. Sometimes it can coincide, but it's a conflict of interest. And I get it. I know why it is the way it is, but that doesn't mean I need to change what I'm exactly looking for. By the way, you guys seen the preview of that All Quiet on the Western Front? That looks pretty good. We will see. We will see how it is. It's got to be better than the other. I didn't like the other movie. I've never saw the really, really early one. And I never saw the really, really early one. And the one with the guy from the Waltons, I didn't really care for. And Ernest Borgnine, I mean, he's just not very believable as a German. Sorry. About as un-German as you can get. I used to play a naval game with Scott and Eric. Sat on a huge table and took most of the day. A lot of fun. Yeah, we used to play Siegfried 4. We had lots of time with Siegfried 4. And that game had a lot of detail. So again, if I'm going to play a naval game, it's got to have that kind of detail, or I just don't want to. I'd play something else, It's just my thing, 1,800 ships are very expensive. I use 1 3000 ship for World War II, which is 60% the size and 10% of the price. We used 12400 here, which are now really expensive. If I had to do it again, I'd use 6000, just so the game looks more in scale with the miniatures. And they look pretty good. Those little guys look pretty good. What color cloak does this have? He's got a blue-based gray. Okay, we need to give this guy a brown-based gray cloak, or a brown. Oh, I know what we're going to use as a base. We're going to use the racist brown. SS Camo Dark Brown. But, I don't poo-poo what stuff other people do. I don't force people to play a game, and they don't force me to play it either. It's just, it is what it is. Like I said, I never played Ancients and Medieval because that's what nobody in my local shop played that. And, sometimes you're affected negatively by things. I never played Napoleonics. The people that were playing Napoleonics weren't much fun to play with. Never got into the period. American Civil War. They played a lot of American Civil War. I do not like the American Civil War at all. Just doesn't interest me. But the biggest problem with getting into some weird scale like that is the Games Workshop factor. You go hog wild. Like, let's say you can afford it to buy the expensive ships, to spend a long time painting them, and then just before they get all of whatever unit fleshed out, they quit and they move on to something else. What are you stuck with these half-done things in? I take a long time painting things, so my tolerance for people like, well, we're not going to make this anymore, is pretty much nil. I'm not going to put up with somebody doing that. It just flat out pisses me off. So, and I haven't even had a bad experience with it. There's 2 Games Workshop games I wanted to get into. 2 or 3. Might be 3. And they were discontinued before I got into them. So I'm like, I need to be thankful of that. 3. Warhammer Quest, or whatever the hell it was called. Man of War, and Dark Future. And they were all discontinued before that was at a time period where I didn't have any money anyways, so it wasn't like you could just go and buy all of something, and it was just a matter of painting it. And, maybe they have their reasons of why they're going to do it, but that doesn't really work well with my anal retentive slow painting scheme, so. And that's back when they used to make things out of white metal. Now everything's plastic, so less of a reason for me to do it. It's really weird picking up these plastic kits that don't weigh anything, and I'm like, okay, be gentle, be gentle. But they're going to be on little stands anyways. And they turn out okay. You think, stands look stupid. I think they turn out okay. The little Russian vehicles that I did turned out all right. I was happy with them, and that's all that's important. You need to be happy as the creator. Because if you're not happy, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to do anymore. Let's put a little bit of white in that. I think we probably could call that a day on that color. Oh, too much. So, yeah, that whole mentality of we're not going to support this anymore and leave people hanging doesn't really work really well for me. I always used to by World War II rules. It includes everything. It includes Russians, Japanese, Italians. Not like, well, we only have the Germans and the British right now. Like, what if you want to play Russians? Oh, you got to wait for that. What? When did people allow that to happen? Kind of like with cars now. Oh, you got to pre-order a car. When the hell did that happen? We're going to finish this guy, and then we'll mess with some World War II stuff. I need to go through. I need to go through some figures. This is what I should have done before I decided to put the hatches closed. But there was no interiors to the Jagdpanzer. I don't want to go down the hole of. I've played a Jagdpanzer in combat. You don't need to be crew exposed. And, it's just a little model that, you have a counter for crew exposure or not. So it doesn't really matter what it looks like. Okay, we're going to do the face now. Face. Do him in the face. I'm mainly doing this for... Is it you, Doug, that wanted to see stuff painted? Somebody wanted to see stuff painted. I'm like, finally, somebody wants to see stuff painted. We're just hanging out. Hanging out, listening to the monologue. Which is funny because the other day I actually listened to somebody else painting. It was the same thing. It's entertaining listening to somebody just ramble on about, stuff that you may or may not be interested in. It keeps me on task. It keeps me on task. No, I think we need to go right off the bat. We need to do this little one. So there's a guy who's a prolific painter of 20 millimeter stuff, and I've watched a couple of his videos, and he's kind of given me hope, motivation. He's from Portugal, and I don't know how to say his last name, but he's put out a couple videos on YouTube where he's got, I don't know what's going on with this, but it's picking, I think there's just too much moisture here, and it's being, I swear this wasn't happening 2 weeks ago. It's not a big deal, it just slows down the process. He put on his video of how he had all the forces for rapid fire and 20 millimeter scale, and he has a shitload of things. Because rapid fire is 1 to 5 scale, so one tank represents about 5 tanks. Which I've played those kind of games. I'm all right with them. I just don't like the way the infantry is abstracted too much, Saw game Midway Historicon. I didn't. It's 1700. Tamiya waterline ships beautifully painted. Each fleet was its own table. GM was the fog of war. Gorgeous models on planes. Managed the hat lace on 32 figures. Now for the buttons. I mean, all that's well and good. I don't know if I could. I don't like picking up and putting the figure down. It creates fumble situations. I don't know. I could do it if I had to. I've done it. Did the GM say, "Hey, don't touch the damn models"? I ran a game at a show in 2006. No, I'm sorry, 1996. And the problem with running the game at a show is you never know who's going to show up to play. And they could suck, okay? Because, there's those people out there. Certainly none of you guys, but there's people out there that suck. Don't know how to grab things, ham-fist things. And he was like being super careless with my freaking ships at the time. And I'm just like, I stopped running stuff at conventions for 8 years. And that was with just like one new player. It was like 1 or 2 new players, and the rest of us we all played with each other. You know what I mean? It was all, people that you were used to interacting with. It was just the new people were just like freaking ham-fisting and grabbing shit. Why do buttons suck? I paint button once in a while. Buttons hadn't been invented by the time of these guys. I don't know much about that period. I don't know much about the Mulburian period. To an untrained eye, it seems like both armies are equipped the same, just different colors and stuff like that. So it doesn't really appeal to me on that. But I have played one game of it in 6mm and enjoyed it. I couldn't believe how expensive 28mm figures made of plastic were. Floored me. But then things are a lot more expensive than they used to be. One of the first war films I saw as a kid, the real old one, got me in painting and wargaming. I'd be interested in how they killed Paul at the end. I don't remember the first one. I'm not going to go watch it. I haven't seen 1917 yet, so maybe I should watch 1917 first and then this one and see how they compare. Does the guy that play him, the same guy that plays the Red Baron in the Red Baron movie? I've only seen the preview once, and it seemed like he was very similar. He was also in something else. What was he in? Oh, he was the safecracker in that stupid zombie movie. We got to do something with this. This is just keeping too much of the water and creating issues. And I'm out of. I'll be right back. Early 18th century should represent different drills for infantry platoon versus volley firing. The differences for cavalry too. didn't move. While the uniforms are all much the same cut, there's a lot of variety in colors. Yeah, that's what it doesn't. It doesn't seem to appeal to me. That's okay. You know? That's why I didn't do 7 Years War or something like that. That's really the strong point of this ancients and medievals. Like, talk about really different shit. You know? Use black powder for all horse and musket periods. 2 oral to learn a different set of rules for each period. Yeah. I don't know if that's the right wording. It just isn't worth it. Just isn't worth it is probably. And I'm starting to feel that way. You know. Play War Spanish Succession, Great Northern War, 7 Years War, Naps, ACW, and Franco-Prussian. Yeah. It just isn't worth it. That's what my beef is with DBA. I mean, the other night, like, the last game that we did, like, everybody was using shit they didn't know what they were using. Like, don't throw down a city if you don't know how a city works. And you got to figure out how we're doing it at the end of a work day in freaking 85-degree weather. Not exactly a good idea. And we've done games where you had to use a city. But the problem, they're few and far between. You just forget the rules, you know. I don't go around reading rules. You know, the rules are a means to putting your figures on the table, not the other way around, you know. That's another reason I basically just gave up on playing Gaslands. It's just, it's just too many things have been added, and this is that, and you know, and the core of the game is pretty cool. But the storyline that you could use whatever storyline you have. The storyline in the game, I think, just doesn't appeal to me at all. I think it's stupid. It could be much better. And you know, I'd play it again. I'm not going to run the game. It's a good game. I don't deserve that headache. So why do you keep moving, you bastard? Yeah, the wetness here is just... I mean, this is pretty dry. Just the extra wetness from... You play Maurice. I've played it. It's a cool game, but if you don't play it for 6 months, like, I played it for the first time, and I'm like, oh, man, this is hard to wrap my head around. Then the second time I played it, oh, I got this. And then I haven't played it in 8 months. I'm going to have to learn the game again. Yeah, I think Maurice is pretty cool, actually. This brush just does not like me. Okay, you happy now? There we go. "13 buttons on each figure." You picked the period. Hopefully they're molded well, because you could just hit the top of them. God, I've never struggled this much with a brush before. There we go. Good Lord. Faces are like the freaking easiest thing for me. As long as the figure has a good face. If the figure doesn't have a good face, you're up a creek. But assuming the figure has a good face, I quite enjoy doing it. War Spanish Succession is a lot simpler to paint than Napoleonics. I could see that. As long as there's a lot of information available. I know that there are a lot of, you don't have to worry about the uniform Nazis as much, huh? Use buff for this guy's head. Is the uniform Nazis are cometh. All right. Severely annoying. I thought about doing Maurice, but then, I can't be into everything. And the guys have Joel's painting some stuff for Maurice. It looks pretty good. Although when we played it, we just used Napoleonic figures. There's no record of the facing colors for around half of the British infantry regiments of the War of Spanish Succession. Oh, man. And that was just the other day. Relatively. if I did Maurice, or I told him I'd do Russians, Prussians, and Austrians for 7 years war. But I've never played that stuff before. That's why. Oh, I've already. Joel was saying, I wouldn't do that. I already used to do that before. I'm like, well, I've never done it before, and it just seems like it'd be pretty cool. But we got to use this World War II stuff or throw it away. It's been in storage for. I've had some of this. It's been in storage for over 20 years, and I've had some of it for over 30. And it's funny because I put that Jagdpanzer together this week, and I really enjoyed putting it together. And the last time I put a tank model together, I hated it. I wanted to just paint it. Okay, enjoy your lunch, Harvey. Thanks for stopping by as always. And I'm just not going to throw these things away. I'm like, what's the worst thing that can happen? Well, I'm not happy with how they turn out, but use them as a guinea pig. Bacchus has some nice paid templates for War Spanish Succession. They sell 6 mils by Father Musil for a 28s. I'll be honest, that's the first thing I go to is I go to look at figure manufacturers. And they might be 28 millimeter figure manufacturers that I use in another scale. But there's some good stuff out there, There's some inspirational stuff, for sure. For sure, there's inspirational stuff. And that's the whole thing, is you don't want to get into analysis paralysis and not get anything done. It's a little easier now in my age to deal with issues than it used to be. One of the things that's a lot easier now is ordering stuff. You order the wrong thing or something, or you need something, you can get it a lot easier than you could 20 years ago. A lot easier. You can't go to a store and get it, but you can get it a lot easier. Like, I ended up ordering a kit here. Well, it's not really a kit. It's a white metal company called MMS. I don't know if they're still in business. They're really well detailed. Their tanks are extremely heavy, and I have a few of them. And one of the tanks I got was, they said it was a Mark III F, and I wanted an early Mark III for the invasion of Russia. What they didn't tell me is it had a 37 millimeter gun, which some Mark III's Fs had, but later, and it had no turret bustle. So I've got this tank that's really for like Poland or France, which I have no intention of ever doing. Poland definitely not, because the Germans have freaking white crosses on them, which just looks like the Swiss are on a rampage. And France, I don't like Panzers without turret bustles. They look stupid. I can get away with it with a Panzer II, but the 3s and upwards just look dumb without the turret container behind there to throw shit in. It might just be dirty underwear, How do you say dirty underwear in German? Alarm! Anyhow, so I was so upset with that I didn't do anything with it, and there's pieces strewn all over the place. So I found it, and I'm like, all right, we can do better than this, right? So I'm doing some reading on what apparently is the biggest tank battle. Well, it depends. That's the thing, how they always turn things around. They always say, what's the biggest tank battle in history, right? It always used to be Kursk. And then they'd say, oh, no, the Gulf War was bigger. Well, the whole war can't be a freaking tank battle. So apparently now what the word on the street is the biggest tank battle is the Battle of Dubno, which is around Kiev in the Ukraine in early 41. And there was a ton of Russian tanks. Maybe not a lot of them ran or broke down easily, but there was a ton of Russian tanks. And in reading in what the forces were involved, it was a breakdown of like what German panzer divisions were there, and it told you the breakdown of how many 75 millimeter armed tanks per division, how many 50 millimeter armed tanks, and how many 37 millimeter armed tanks, including Panzer 38, the Czech tanks. Well, the Czech tanks were only in like 3 divisions, and I don't remember what they are right now. I'm gonna say like the 5th, maybe it's the 6th, the 7th, and maybe like the 10th. They were only like in 3 Panzer divisions. So if I look using logic, again, this is not abstract thinking, but the other thinking, the one I can actually do. I don't have enough coffee to have these pseudo-philosophical conversations. The 11th Panzer Division took place in there. So if you look, and they said they had 37, or however many it was, 40, 37 millimeter armed tanks, including Panzer 38s, and we knew they didn't use any Czech tanks in that division. That means all of those tanks have to be either Panzer 3s, they have to be Panzer 3s with 37 millimeter cannons. There's no other option. So I can build that tank for Russia in 1941 with a 37 millimeter gun for that division and be okay with it. It's like, it was like a sense of like relief when I found that out. And we didn't have access to that in the 90s. We didn't have access to that information. So you'd run into a block and you'd get analysis paralysis and you end up not making a decision, and which doesn't benefit anybody. And we're going to do the top of his hat in brown. So we have access to all these sources that we didn't have access to before, that hopefully keep us from, getting into a stumbling block. Many units were raised specifically for the war and disbanded at the end, as the uniforms were not issued centrally and the facings were left to the individual colonels. They were often not recorded. Do you have any French units that have a lot of those? Some of those French units were like white on white on white, right? They were like almost like very distinct, very, you can't, it'd be cool to see what that would look like and to pull it off, Where's the brown? Oh, we could use that brown. That brown would just suffice just nicely. But that was just one of those things that I came across recently, like, I should build that Panzer 3F. Now, the one thing that surprised me is how limited amount of decals there are. They like make decals for different stuff. Like, here's this vehicle for this thing. I don't want to paint specific vehicles. Like this is the, Wittmann's Tiger or, shit like that. I want to, there's other things that took place. So part of me wants to just paint them by hand. That Portuguese guy does all of his stuff by hand. And some of it's kind of not consistent, and it works. And I'm really inspired by the stuff that he put out there. And again, we're not doing perfect scale models. We're doing wargaming miniatures. So I may go that route. I don't know about painting a star, though. That's hard as shit to get even close to being right. So that's why I got to look for star decals. But there's a couple of guys that did 2 videos. There's 2 guys in particular that did 2 videos on how to paint Sherman tanks, because olive drab is another one of those elusive things. And both of them are 2 separate tacks, and I think I'm going to paint one in each and see which one I like better. So I have 2 Sherman tanks specifically for that. And I need to stop talking about it because I'm going to leave this. I'm going to go mess with the Sherman tanks. We're not ready to leave this yet. I believe this is the same brown. So we're going to, let's use this. Let's make this nearly black, but still has a hint of that. Because one of the things that looks really strange as an observer is people that paint the mane and the tail of the horse in damn near the same color as the horse flesh. And that happens in nature, but it doesn't even look right in nature. It doesn't look, at least to my eye, it doesn't look right. Now, when you're painting miniatures, you have to, it's your own interpretation of reality, not necessarily somebody else's. I need to find the 20mm tank commanders that I have and see who I have. I'm pretty sure I've got some foundry guys that used to be like out of production. Like they were worth like a pretty penny like 20 years ago. Now they put them back in. Foundry and 20mm. And their tank commanders are pretty cool. Their infantry figures that they came out aren't all that to write home about, but their tank commanders are really good. They got a lot of personality. And my Shermans all basically come with the hatches shut. I couldn't add a tank commander because it's a shame, because, or even a driver, because I got a couple of guys that look really, really cool. I don't know if they're AB guys or they're foundry guys as well, but I got a guy, a really cute guy with like goggles. He's got that football helmet type thing. So like, I want to add him into my tank. Well, I can't because the hatches are shut on those. And maybe we can do some more Armored Commander tonight. If you guys are into that, if not, you know, whatever. I just don't see any point in playing a game by myself. Because any game, really cool things happen. And it's a shame not to... And you guys are probably just having it in the background while you're working on your hobbies anyways. Or not. Doesn't necessarily appeal to everybody. Could do it with other games. Close Combat. I'm a big fan of Close Combat. And I haven't messed with any new games. But there's a lot going on that screen. And we had some I guess there was some connection issues last night, so I'd hate to do something really, really cool with a lot of movement on the screen and you guys don't get to see it. I had a bad storm last night just before I connected. Am I going to have my Huns done for my upcoming FloridaCon? That's the plan, but if I don't get them done, it's not the end of the world either. I liked it better when I didn't have these things I had to rush for, but that's the plan. I've got, once this guy's done, I got 4 more light horse figures to paint and 3 guys in the command one, and I got like 3 weeks to do it, so I'm okay. We got a day coming up next week that I should be getting a lot of painting done. Girls are going to be away, so we'll see if that works. But that's the plan. I'm not too worried about it one way or another. Not really worried about getting these guys done for the purpose of using them. I'm getting them done for the purpose of, you know, I can move on to something else. Which, in reality, I'm not going to move on to something else because I'm going to do the other Hun version. So, I'm not going to hold a gun to my head over it. Let's put it that way. that's good. Let's dress up the black here on these tufts. Not the little tufts, but the little yak hair things, which I've done consistently black in all the army. That's not the color I would have chosen for contrast, but that's the color that it's for realism. Like there's the baton or the thing that the elephant driver hits the elephant on the head, before it goes berserk. If he's got to take him out, I did it in black because it's consistent with the army, but it you can hardly tell that it's there on the miniature. Doing a brighter color, white, red would have been better, but that's that balance between what works and reality. I do not want this army to be colorful on purpose. That is the intent. And we'll go ahead and do his mustache. But that's the plan. But I'm more of a painter than a gamer because I can always get my game on by playing a computer game. I can't get my painting on by doing that. So I always got to be painting or building something because this is creative, This is creative. Hoof time. And then this guy's done. And he doesn't look very impressive now. That's the whole idea. They're supposed to look drab. They're supposed to look drab. The only way these guys that have any fancy clothes is that they took them from somebody. Literally. So there'll be 4 more light horse to do. And then the commander. Yeah, face turned out real well. want to stop biting with a brush. That's actually never happened. It started to happen to me on the previous figure. And I actually like liners. I like liners that have a lot of brush, and then they have the tip at the end because you have better control with them. But for some reason, that one's just incorrigible. Okay, second hun done. All right, I need to do a check on one thing, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. You close one door, another one opens. Isn't that where that saying comes from? When you close one door, another one opens. Wow. All right, let's move these guys off to the side. Let's close this for a second. Let's clear this paint that's over here. And look at some figures that are no longer manufactured. While the coffee gets made. I hate this chair that gripes at you every time you shift in it. You know, I'm not that heavy. Jeez. I'm gamer medium. Almost said gamer small. There's some little gamers. See, this is the color. This is the color. This green ochre. This is what I would use as the base color for Panzer Dark Yellow. Not this. And it's even more noticeable in real life. This has a lot of yellow in it. I don't know. Maybe I'll use this as the base and then dry brush on that on top of it. I don't know. I have to experiment with it. I'm sure I could figure it out. I'm a big boy. And not my first rodeo. Luftwaffe blue. Yeah, okay. And I never did do the grassing on these guys. I redid the stands on these figures. But I haven't put the grass on them yet. Because they used to have the basing like this. You have a table that's related to your chair. Damn inbred furniture. Oh, I love it. Oh, damn inbred furniture. Actually, what works better is you just move the surface, not the frickin' foam. But yeah, these were painted over 20 years ago, and they're still painted the same method that I use now, equivalent. Obviously, they're a lot more dull because they're more of a dull subject, but I just put grass and stuff on them. So, anyhow. Inbred furniture. Yeah, so if you hear that, that's what it is. It's just... Oh, now you don't want to make a sound? Gotta reach something. Oh, it's cured. Oh, there you go. Alright, let's see what this pile of stuff is here. Look at this. Skadoosh. And we're going to have to zoom out a little bit, or you're not going to see a bloody thing. Alright. So first of all, and I don't even know who makes this. There's a place called Plastic Soldier Review or something like that. It's a website. It's really cool. You can spend a ridiculous amount of time on it just looking at cool stuff on that site. And they give you a breakdown of all the plastic figure manufacturers, not necessarily World War II, every period, and what comes in each particular package and the sculpting. And these guys, you could look them up or whatever. I found these at a convention one time, and somebody was selling this probably 20 years ago. It's a German officer set, and they didn't make them for all the countries, of course. Or I would have gotten that, and I just bought it on a whim. They came with 2 of each one, so I gave my buddy half of them. And it's supposedly famous guys. So let's see if I can go through. I'll have to do it backwards. And it probably says it on the site who's who, but these are all Nazi bastards. Like this guy, for instance, this is all 1/72nd, but look how bendy they are. Like, I'm really scared of painting something bendy and then it bend off. Actually, I don't know who the hell these guys are anymore. This guy's probably Manstein, and that's probably Rommel there. And this guy's got glasses. It's probably Hauser or something like that. Dietrich. Anyhow, I just figured, this might be a good, like, for an assassination scenario. You got to take some guy out, raid on Rommel, or... Anyhow, these are just sitting on the top, but they're pretty useless. They're bendy, and the detail on them is kind of... It's kind of crude, and it kind of isn't. Oh, this has got to be Hauser with only one eye. So, anyhow, that was just sitting at the top. What do we got here? Okay, these are Battlefield guys. And we'll look at them in detail. I want to do my least favorite guys first. That's these. I hate these guys. I know. Why'd I get them if I hated them? I don't know, 'cause I'm an idiot. FAA. I dislike FAA a lot. Mainly because they have cheekbone issues. Some of them are okay. Some of them are salvageable. Figures of armor and artillery. And they actually make a set for... based on the movie Cross of Iron, supposedly for the different characters, but all the characters look the same. And let's see if I can find an example of a guy that's not very, that I don't care a whole lot for. They almost look skeletal, their faces. Let's see. Okay. Here's the guy that's supposed to be... This guy's actually not bad. This is the guy supposed to be Steiner from the movie. He's got a Papa Shah, and yeah. I don't remember what characters are in there, but guy with an MP40. Some of these guys might actually paint up okay. I've painted a few and they look all right. If you can, it's their faces that are the issue, and some of their guns are kind of tubular. You know, here's another guy that has kind of a skeletal type face. I don't really care for him. Guy with a flamethrower. Nothing says Germans like flamethrowers. I remember growing up and I had this fascination with flamethrowers. Sniper. Nothing. Okay, here's the dirty dude. There's a dirty dude. Now I don't remember what the guy's name is, but he was always like dirty, whatever. There's the pig pen of Cross of Iron. He's got his paper shy on here, and he's got his little Russian fur cap or whatever. There's like no detail on the. There's no detail on in any of the holes on the submachine gun or anything like that. So they're kind of minimalist. They're actually not as bad as I thought they were. To be honest with you, and they're not that much bigger than 15s. To be honest with you, and they're all on pennies because I base all my guys on pennies. There's a motorcycle guy, and we got some support weapons and shit like that. Even had a platoon 20 guy that worked his way in here. These are really minimalist figures. Yeah. It's a guy with, I guess they used his arms for something. This is actually Combat Miniatures. It's one of my favorite manufacturers. But, yeah, I don't know why he has no hands. I think that I was trying to do something with him. Because it's a guy, it's a figure that's just like, you got me. You know, I'm like, that's pretty useless, you know. We used to have those 20 millimeter, the 1/72 scale figures that were like that, and they were pretty useless. This guy's got an anti-tank rifle that he's walking around with. Yeah. So hopefully this is all the FAA guys I have. But actually, they're not that bad. They're not that bad. They suck compared to some other guys I have. Let's put it that way. Is I got some pretty cool figures. Oh, thank you, honey. Coffee. So it makes things happen. I feel better already. One sip. Well, this is a cross of iron, guys. At some point in the last 20 years, I've bagged these guys individually, unlike my Russians that were all thrown together in one pile. So it's going to probably make this a little bit easier to do. Yeah, let's just do the unpiling there. What do we got in here? All right, we got some Tank Crew stuff here. Good, this is what we came here for. And I will see if I can identify some of this stuff. This is a dismounted Tank Crew, and I want to say this is Battlefield Miniatures. I'll have to set these guys off to the side because I am members of a Battlefield Miniatures Facebook page, and these guys aren't available anymore. And there's apparently a big following for them. Yeah, she's awesome. Because they're not available anymore. And this is a dismounted German Tank Crew, or several sets of them, because, you know, they're all together. So anyways, I'm a member of one of those, so I need to take pictures of these guys so people will be like, oh, I remember those guys. I don't know. Sometimes you join a group and you figure there's going to be a lot of activity and there isn't. Sometimes there's activity and it's negative activity and you leave the group. I don't dislike Facebook. But I know that there's people out there that I'm very intolerant of people that are nasty about our hobby. I don't want to discourage people. This could be someone's therapy. You know, it's like you could be on medication and you could work on your hobby. So don't turn everybody into a druggie, man. What do we got here? More Battlefield guys. Oh, these are like guys, the mappists. Map guys, High Command. These are all Battlefield / Drew's militia guys. Oh, these are high ranking. These are guys that need to be shot. These guys are targets on the battlefield. Yeah. And I have them all together in nice little bags. Cool. Yeah, they paint up pretty well. Okay, we need to put, that's the dismounted Tank Crew, and I'm not so worried about them because it's guys that could be popping out of the hatch. And here's some of them right here. And these guys are Foundry guys. And these guys were in super high demand 20 years ago because they were out of production. Let's see if I can put them in a way that is going to do them justice. What's this guy got? He just sitting on a turret with an MP40? The know-it-alls. It's not the know-it-alls. They're just that nothing's ever good enough. You know, if you're doing something, a hobby or whatever, nothing, and the car groups are bad too. If you can't be happy for somebody else, if you got to be like a dick every time you open your mouth, you need to go do something else, you know? These are War Games Foundry's Tank Crew. So I could have used one of these guys in the top of Yak Panzer, but I didn't know where they were, and honestly, the hatches weren't even detailed enough that I would have had to build like the little hatch that comes out of it. You know, we're not going to do IPMS shit. That's not what we're here for. But I wouldn't mind painting some half figures, putting them in there. This guy's screaming with his mouth open. He's obviously unhappy about the situation. Well, you shouldn't have started a frickin' World War, asshole. Tell it like it is. What do we got here? This is a... Who the hell makes these guys? I've never seen these guys before. I don't know, maybe these guys are Battlefield. This is an MG42 being moved. And here's obviously a assistant. He's carrying all the baggage. Here's an MG42. It's firing over this guy's shoulder. These figures are always tricky if you're going to base them individually. Kind of tricky there. Probably not going to work well with pennies. Or you put him at the front of one penny and you put him at the back of the other penny. That way they can still be on pennies, but you can put them together and they can do their deal. Do what they're going to do. Good Lord. This guy's another ammo guy, and here is a Unteroffizier. Looks like. I guess I did a fair job of putting these guys in. Honestly, if I'm going to paint figures, I'm not going to paint very many Germans. I've got like 40 Germans for a scenario. And I don't need any Germans. I just need to redo the stand. I don't need any. They're not a priority. Who are these guys? Oh, these guys are dogs. Right? Yeah. Oh! Schweinhunds. These guys are a mixture of Platoon 20 and shit. Maybe all the tank crews that I have, but I bet I have more. Yeah, these are some Platoon 20 guys. They're okay. They paint all right. They're just not inspirational. Look at this guy. Look at this. His face is just totally out of size with his body. He's cartoonish, but he's okay. You know, work out all right. I wonder if I have a second one of this one guy that I had him painted. Yeah, some of their faces are bigger than they should be. Look at this guy. And you have these androgynous type helmets. I've never said that before. These helmets that are supposed to be a German helmet, but it looks like it's a US helmet. You pay them gray and nobody will give it a second thought. Those guys actually got an MP44. Those guys are rare to find figures with MP44s. They're not that bad. They're not that bad. They're still better than... Actually, the Airfix 170, the Airfix stuff we grew up with, some of their sets are really good. Like the Africa Corps and the Desert Rats are really good. Guy's skulking around a corner. Yeah, this guy's helmet. This guy looks like somebody... If you took the MG42 away, this guy looked like a U.S. guy in Vietnam. The way his helmet is and everything. Even the side view. Still better sculpting than I could do. They're not actually that bad. They're not actually that bad. I haven't looked at this stuff in 20 years. Next, what's this little bag? I've got these guys compartmentalized pretty well. These guys are Battlefield miniatures. And I really like the way... Now see, here's another androgynous helmet. This guy's supposed to be a German guy, right? That's not a very German helmet. It's like... It could be anything. And these guys are, I'm pretty sure these guys are stormtrooper guys. They've got these little sacks that hand grenades fit in. Got a Tellermine. I haven't said Tellermine in 30 years. Congratulations, you just unlocked the achievement using Tellermine. Some of these guys sculpting almost looks like they've got shirts that are too big, almost like they're kids. But that's okay, they paint up pretty well. This guy's got a good face. And some of these rifles are really like, they're almost squared off looking. I really like the way the rifles are. You know? We appreciate your patience and your interaction with noobs like me, really gaining knowledge from you. Thanks for what you do. Hey, I'm enjoying it. I appreciate you thanking me, but I got all kinds of information that's useless to most people. I'm glad you appreciate any of it. This is my first love, World War II. What we got in here? We got some guys that here. See, here's Tony's sins. Half-ass painted figures. Like, we'll paint these guys black, which is fine, but like, why the hell is this guy? I started painting and just gave up. These guys are anti-tank gun crew. We're going to keep these guys on a short notice. We've got, yeah, see, this is an FAA guy, but he could work very well for a guy on a tank crew. That's why I guess I put him in here. This guy's carrying a shell. Again, he's got one of these helmets that's supposed to be German, not very German helmet. It's really a helmet of no nation. This guy's definitely an anti-tank gun crew. These were back when it was Drew's militia, for sure. This is an old Drew's militia figure. And then who's this? Oh, this is a new one. I got some good photos for the Drew's militia battlefield group. Excellent. So I was saying some groups are more useful than others. I posted some of my stuff on the 172nd, 176 scale group, and there was like a lot of interest in that. So I'm glad that, you know, it's not that I need to be, it's just good to support each other in the hobby that we're doing, right? If you're doing something, you need people that cheer you on so you don't give up and do something else. These guys are weird engineers. This is the equivalent of the guys that were surrendering that are useless. Because he's got like grenade sacks. And he's got one of those plastic explosive whatever things. The guy's useless, you know, for that. He got two Flammenwerfer dudes. Everybody likes them. With, I think, a correct size knowledge, you want to keep that shit away from your face. And looks like he's got some kind of a special suit. Yeah, Battlefield miniatures. Out of production. I bought them when they were brand new. Haven't been able to watch in a few. Mr. Davis, welcome. I'm going to use Face of Battle. How successful I'm going to be or not is it's going to look really, really thick because every single page in here is covered in plastic. And they're not available anymore. The Face of Battle. And it's pretty thick. But it makes sense. And there's a lot of stuff in here that aren't rules. So the secret to that is you start small. You do a half a squad versus a squad, and you solo it until you get it down. And then you introduce it to other people. And I may actually be tempted to pick up a mat for it, like a forest-colored mat. I don't think I'm going to be playing it over there in a hot box. Ben Waddy, welcome. Welcome to World War II. All right, who the hell makes these figures? Are these actually some AB figures? I didn't actually think I had any AB figures. They are. They're AB figures, guys, with Panzer Shreks. And other kinds of stuff. This guy's got a Shrek. This guy's got a Faust, and he's firing it. Everybody raves like these are the best figures. They're not bad. They're not bad. They all have the same face. It's not a bad face, but they all have the same face. Another guy with a Panzer Faust. A guy in a hidey hole with a Panzer Faust. That's cool. A Shrek guy on the ground. Don't stand behind him. You get a facial. Here's the ammo guy. And ooh, guy carrying extra rockets for the Shrek. I don't think I've ever seen a figure like that. That's cool. Nice. Oh, and they're very sharp. They feel very sharp. Yeah. They used to, when I stopped buying World War II stuff, this sack's got a hole in it. I better replace it. When I stopped buying World War II stuff, AB did not have any infantry, other than like some British and Germans, and I already had plenty of them, so there was no reason to get them. But since then, now they have Russians. They got like a Russian squad with helmets. They got a Russian squad with like field caps. That might be cool to get. Got to paint a lot of Russians before I need to paint any more. You got laid off from Ford, so no spending on games right now. Oh man, that sucks. What did you do there? Face of Modern Battle is on sale online alongside a few World War II supplements. I'm not sure if it's a second edition or what. So they made Face of Modern Battle, and there was 2 supplements. The original rules, which aren't available there. I don't know why they're not available there. Is just had Germans and Russians. Then they have one that added Americans, and they had one that added the Brits. And there may be like some scenario. There's a scenario pack also with like French for like 1940. The modern one, I don't know anything about. It's detailed, but it's not that bad. It's not Final Combat. It's you know, laid out pretty logically. I just need to make some guides. You were project manager on cost reduction. I guess they didn't care what you had to say. There's a guy I know that works for them or used to work for them. He used to come down to the shows in Orlando. His name is Dave Sheps. Hopefully he's not the guy that fired you. I think he works in logistics, which is kind of what I do. He has a similar job to what I do. I just don't work at I don't work at a car manufacturer. You're a project manager on cost reduction. They found out that you proved to them that the best cost reduction is to reduce you. No, I hope you find something soon, man. Hopefully they gave you a nice severance package. I guess you can get those at big companies. Who the hell are these guys? I don't recognize these figures at all. They must be Battlefield, basing by their base. They're Battlefield guys. Battlefield Shrek. I got plenty of Shrek guys, man. I'd have to buy a hell of a lot more Sherman tanks and Russian tanks to go up against all these Shrek guys. Yeah, Dave Sheps used to come down every one of our cons and Historicon. He didn't come last time. He had a personal conflict with his family. I get it. Oh, it's about to be Transom Light 30. Well, we'll get through it. Another good reason not to be painting. What do you got? A mortar team? Yeah. Yeah, I recognize it looked like Battlefield from the bases. The Battlefield bases seem to be pretty thick, and Battlefield stuff's like gone. I'm like, what the hell happened? a step away for 20 years. It never occurred to me that miniatures could disappear. It never in a million years occurred to me because they've been making the same some shitty miniatures have always been in production. I guess only the good ones disappear. And the Battlefield guys are gone. This is part of a mortar crew. And see, here's one thing that scared the shit out of me when I was doing it. See this guy? He's not SS, but he's got a cover on his helmet, which is more than likely a Zeltbahn type cover. Nowhere in a million years, 20 years ago, would I have attempted to paint Zeltbahn camouflage. I'd be tempted to do it now. You know? Yeah, this is the mortar team. Again, this guy's helmet sucks. It's got no overhang. Like, what's wrong, man? Just weird. Inconsistent. Wouldn't keep me to paint him. It's just like, what's going on, dude? 81mm mortar. Who else we got in here? I'm looking for the the Panzer half crewmen. What do we got here? These are old Drews. Let's just pull them out, see who we got here. I did a hell of a good job of setting this stuff apart in bags. The Russians were all just one freaking bag. I guess that's communism for you. Just throw them all in one bag. Let Lenin sort them out. You bought a resin printer for my son. They are very little historical STL files out there. All 40K type. There is so much stuff available for 20mm scale buildings that is on Etsy that I am salivating to paint. I need to earn it. You know, I don't feel comfortable doing it and throwing more money at the problem. You know, there is just some awesome stuff out there. All right, what do we got here? We got another guy with an androgynous helmet. I think I just coined a phrase. An androgynous helmet. It's a helmet that you don't know if it's Russian, American, or German. Here's another guy again. This guy's looking for yabos. You know, if you don't let Goering run your freaking Luftwaffe, maybe you wouldn't have to worry about aircraft coming down on your ass. This is a fresh take. This guy has almost no equipment on him at all. And that's what I really like about these figures and the combat miniatures in particular. I like combat miniatures in my battlefields are my favorite ones because they all have different kind of equipment. Like this guy has none. Some have a lot. You know, instead of like SHQ that everybody has exactly the same packs on them in the same place. This guy literally just got out of bed. He's got some rifle pouches, but that's about it. This guy's an anti-tank rifleman. Just a basic rifleman in a cool pose. Another guy bringing ammo to the MG. Another cool rifleman. Has hardly any equipment on him, if any. Yeah, and I like how this rifle's cut. It looks really sharp. Like it has sharp, you know, it doesn't have rounded detail. This guy's running with the little, remember the stuff, if you've ever built 1/35th scale models, remember these guys, the Panzer Grenadiers that had the little like elastic bands around their helmet? They could put like camouflage in them. Cool stuff. These are cool figures. Too bad they were such an awful regime. God. The German stuff is really cool, but they were just awful. They were just awful. Yeah, see, this guy's significantly larger than the other. Well, you know, people are different sizes. You know, this is Hans, the big guy. He eats all the schnitzel. Now look how thick the bases are already on here. We'll put goop on there. That'll all go away. This guy's got a grenade. Nope, he doesn't have a grenade pouch. This guy looks like he's skulking around a corner in Stalingrad. Assistant, it's got belt of machine gun ammo. And then this guy is really lame. There's hardly any detail on that MG. I think it's supposed to be a 34. You know? So, you never know. Some guys look really cool and some guys not so really cool. Here's another guy that's really cool. He's an Unteroffizier of some kind with an MP40. Definitely a... hold on, let me check around this corner before we get ourselves into a mess. Here's another one. He's got little stripes on his shoulder thing, so he's like an LT or higher. Sometimes there's little details like that. You can kind of take them off on him. Here's a good pose. Look at this nice rifle. Even has a strap on it and everything. Got a nice shaped hand, not weird. Good stuff. But not all the figures are great. They're inconsistent. Like this guy's kind of lame. You paint okay. Got an androgynous helmet. Guy's another guy that's really... what is that thing that he has around his... oh, that's like the mitt. This thing that he has on his chest, it's like a mitt that you go in to change the barrel. That's what it is. I was thinking it was like a first aid kit or something. It's the mitt that you change the barrels on your machine gun. So if you see some guy with a mitt dangling from his... he's either a baker or he's part of the crew. Yeah, look at this guy. This guy's got nothing. Hardly anything on him. Definitely an officer with a map. Hell, they don't even give him a machine pistol. He just has a P38. Oh, here's another one of these Panzer Grenadier guys with the strappy helmets. Cool. Oh, he's got a mitt too. It doesn't look like he's part of the... well, I'm not sure who carried those things. This guy's got a grenade and not much of anything else. And here's a guy who started painting and I must have gotten bored. Ooh, shiny. Nation Fluid Helmet. Exactly. Somebody was saying that they were watching one of my videos and somebody made a comment that the video from that I did of Historicon, like, hey, I noticed there's not a lot of ACW stuff. Maybe people aren't playing it because there's too much wokeness. And I'm like, that's the whole reason I'd want to play it. I like sticking it to the woke people. What happened to just have fun, man? Look at this guy with the... again, he's got like a Zeltbahn camo hat, helmet. On a tripod. And here's a helper. Okay. That's the whole reason to play. Somebody might be offended. People are going to be offended anyways. Just live your life. stuff here. Yeah, I don't need to buy any stuff. I love the stuff that I have. They seem to like ACW in the UK more than we do. I don't care for the period. None of it is offended. I don't have anybody in my family that was at it. My people hadn't washed up on shore yet. We were still over in the old country. Let me do some of these little bags before we get into this bigger one. And I don't really like the fashion styles of the time period. People had these weird sideburns that are like disturbing. Just a lot of things that I'm like, not my thing. What do you got here? My favorite sculptor, my hero sculptor. I'm offended by the offended, yeah. Don't give in. You give them an inch and they take, a parsec. My favorite sculptor, Dave Alsop. This is what got me into this scale. Dave Alsop and his combat miniatures. That's what they were called here in the United States. I got one of these guys painted up. I guess I have two of a certain figure. That's weird. And the grenade launcher guys. One of these two guys I painted up. And I entered him in a painting contest. And it walked away. So I lost a figure painted. I won't do that again. See if I can find the MG42 guy. Oh, this lap can come off. That I have painted. I know I can find them. They're all right here. And you'll just have to excuse how shitty they look of the basing. And they also have a semi-gloss coat. And let's see if I can... This was painted 25 years ago, probably. You don't care for time periods where both sides are the same stats with only different color schemes. Me neither. It's boring. Why build two sides? Yeah, the lighting is really weird right now. Let's see if I can... This is Schaefer. I guess at that point, I didn't know how to put an umlaut on a letter, so I had to put a pipette. Yeah. Great freaking faces on these figures. Be nice if I knew where the hell the camera was. So he just needs to be modernized with, put the new goop, the modern style goop, the way we do things now, and they will look stellar. But that's this guy right here. Yeah. That's why I never got into Napoleonics. Yes, there's difference of different things, but they're very subtle. And to be honest with you, like I said before, the people that were playing it at the time, we weren't having any fun, you know. Look at all the shadow that we're getting from transit light. Hopefully we can continue on with this. If not, I can't paint, but I could certainly work on models and stuff. And this only lasts about an hour or something like that. What else we got here? Oh, we got Germans with captured weapons. This is part of the Battlefield Stalingrad line, I believe, which just came out just before I stopped. I discovered DBA, and then now none of them are available. These are some cool figures. DP machine gun, officer with a Pepe Shaw, a guy with a Pepe Shaw, and this is something you never see, with one of those no-tech, with a flashlight. I think it's called a no-tech light. I don't know. That might be the ones on the vehicles. He's got his little flashlight out, like he's going through the sewer, a Stalingrad sewer, which was a thing. Here's another guy with a Pepe Shaw, and guy looks like an officer, but he doesn't have. Oh, he's got a shovel. He's no officer. Officers don't dig. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Here is a pag that's not even opened. It's a I guess the FS range, a Firestorm range. This is another guy with the MG42 and a cap. And his crew with him. No longer available. This is where I used to get him from. George Guerriero in Mass. What do we got here? That's who used to import them. A radio thing? That's why I changed the name of my channel to Figure-atively Speaking, because I love talking about figures, man. They're super cool. I'm just a painter. These guys are real. These are the real talent here. Look at it. We got all kinds of stuff sacking up. Sack of things. Got a radio guy with a. He almost has emo hair. Just sitting up there. Guy reading the map. Should have just kept them in packages, but I'm not one of those people that buys stuff and doesn't take them out of packages. I don't know why I picked this up. I probably already have these figures, and I just found another one on eBay way back in the day and bought them. What else do we have here? So far, it's the only Panzer Crews that I have. As soon as I say that, I find more. And this bag is ripped. So we'll replace this bag. I mean, it's completely ripped. Right. I have a bag of bags back here. Just a small one. Okay, here's some Panzer Crewmen. They're not half figures though, but what do we got here? Well, yeah, they are. The hell do I know what I'm talking about? A sitting figure, but he's missing half of his face. Looks like he fell in an acid pit. And a driver, it's also missing half of his face. That's weird. Okay, this is a Drew's Militia tank commander. This guy looks like he means the business. I knew exactly what vehicle he goes in. And here's a guy standing, another guy sitting. I wonder what these guys look in the Kubelwagen. Is it handy? Should be. This horrible little Fujimi kit. It's shameful that something this Japanese is this poorly made. Poorly fit. Just thinking about getting. Any of you guys use the liquid green stuff? Is it worth a damn? This is like a job for liquid green stuff right here. The gap in between that. Let's see if these guys would fit. He's way hunkered down in there. How about this other guy back here? Yeah, they actually fit okay. They actually fit okay back there. Cool. This guy. Be right back. You'll like this. Occasionally, this is probably, in my opinion, the best looking stuff on the scale. Without a doubt. And you don't have to build any of it. They come already pre-built. It's a company called Cromwell. And this is a Tiger 1 with Zimmerit. Tiger 1 with Zimmerit. And it's resin, and it's damn near bubble-free resin. And look, it even has the frickin' fenders and stuff bent. This is a beautiful piece. I need to improve my skills with the steel road wheels, and the Zimmerit's already on it and everything. And something just broke off. The frickin' mud flap on the back. You bastards. All right, well, we can glue that back on. We're going to put that in there where it's safe. All right, but this thing is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And it has a gun that's bent now because I threw it all in something. But you can see it's got a steel rod or an aluminum rod going through there, keeping it straight. So we just need to put this in the right situation. Anyways, we can fix that. So it isn't. It has an open top. There's nothing you can do about it. It has an open figure, an open thing, and you've got to put somebody in there. And I'm thinking this guy, but he's going to be too wide, isn't he? Well, we can cut him down, like part of the arm, and get him to fit in there. Or we can use. This is not the vehicle you start painting. That is not the vehicle you start painting. You use one of these foundry guys. Like him. And he fits right in there. And I don't mind painting the figure. You got to use the half figures for that. So I think at the time when I got that, I didn't have these half figures. Yeah, guys, you can just hang out here on the side and shit. No. Oh. Now we're bright. Like burning my head. All right, where'd that guy go? There he goes. Here's another guy that could possibly be that. So he's a little awkward, like he belongs on something that has a flat roof, not a cupola. Put it in hot water, it'll be more bendable. We're good. I'm not gonna take that risk. This thing's actually okay. Yeah, we'll straighten that out. There's no point in straightening out later. It'll be fine. But those are some beautiful kits as a Cromwell. I used to get those from a place called Brookhurst Hobbies in California. We used to joke that they used to ship them before you ordered them. Okay, so we found Panzer Crewman. That's what we were here for. Let's put the Tiger back. I'm not going to work on him for a long time. Well, I can't see anything. Hopefully you guys can see. Let's see how this... Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Got those guys. What's this? Oh, these guys already gone through. I haven't gone through this. Got it. Holy cow, there's a pile of stuff here. Is this better without this off? Maybe. They're all in one bag, so they all should be the same manufacturer. Using logic. Combat Miniatures guy. Yeah, great pose. I have one of these guys painted. These are all basically one pack of everything. I don't have repeat packs. I mean, you saw that one that does have a repeat pack, but not really. Guy with an MP44. Man, that's really at a strange thing. Look at the hell is this guy? He's holding a rifle up above his head. I'll tell you what we're going to have to do, because you guys aren't going to be able to see anything. I'm going to put these guys back in the bag. I've got 2 more bags of this stuff to go through. We're going to work on something that maybe isn't so horrible with the... Man, it's the only time of the day where this happens. It's the only time of the day this happens. So anyway, I've still got this bag, this one, these. I don't think there's any Panzer Crewman in here. Yeah, there's some in there. I don't know if they're half figures, but there's some in there. We need to go through this stuff. I am going to make sure I don't go crazy. I need to, because all this stuff that I have gone through. See if I can find a bigger bag to put this in. It's just not doable right now. You guys aren't going to see anything. Honestly, I'm having trouble thinking. These are the guys we've already gone through. Who the hell's down here? Oh, the Brits. Blimey. The Brits. Yeah, these are the guys we haven't gone through. We're going to put them there. The blue bag is a go. All right. What can we do that is not going to be extreme? I can't paint. The colors I'm looking at are just totally not like it at all. So let's do a couple things. Screw the barrel on the Stug 4. I think this may be the first thing I'm going to paint. And this is more of a target than anything else. So this is a Roco. It is 1/87th scale. Doesn't bother me any. This is like a perfect target for like the Partisans or something like that to go after and damage that. Oh, we got a piece to glue in. Let's glue that down. And I was going to base coat it. Let me leave the base coating. That might even be difficult to do that. This stuff is great. This Tamiya glue, and what's really good about this Tamiya glue is that the little brush that it comes with is minimalist. And man, that really comes in handy. Let's glue this thing down. Okay. Okay, Hugh, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you tomorrow morning. How about that? I believe you're a morning participant. Okay, what else do we need to epoxy other than this? Oh, we could do so much of a better job on this thing then. This thing might actually paint up really well. It's missing some machine guns or whatever. Can always add them on later. I don't need to cogitate about that stuff. That's going to need some epoxy. One of these I tear up for the, there it is. I tear one of these up. Let's put it facing out this way. To mix epoxy on it. Let's do that. I'm a little bit less worried about trying experimental stuff on these kits that look like shit to begin with. That's why the ones that I have done are a couple of BP casts that are just not the best. And they ended up painting up really well. I don't know if you guys have seen them. BT7 armor tank and a BA6 armored car. And they painted up really well. I won't show them to you right now because you can't see shit with this light the way it is. But actually this light is wonderful. It's not useful for what I'm doing. I can't do anything with it, you know. It only lasts for about 45 minutes, an hour. And it's only at this time during the day. Yeah, let's just grab this other one that's loose. This is the best thing to mix it with. Just a little needle. Because then you can just clean the thing off and keep reusing it instead of a piece of wood which you render useless after you use it. Okay. And this was epoxied at one time, and they were thrown in a box. They weren't like thrown like get in the fucking box, but they were just, things happen. Things happen. And this was before I spray painted this. This was before I used the primer, the Vallejo primer stuff. So this might actually be a pretty decent candidate to do first with the Panzer Dark Yellow. Wow, I could actually see into it. It's like freaking hollow on the inside. Any of you guys use the liquid green stuff? Is it worth a damn? Is it easy to use? I might pick some of that stuff up today. Now that I got stuff to use it on. Yeah. So we got a Stug 4 and a Stug 3. But the Stug 3 has more detail that can be occluded, covered up by and they'll be on bases. They'll be on bases like, well, this one's not scaled for this particular figure, but it's actually for a little armored car. No, I can't. Anyways, it's not for this either, but, so hopefully increase the chances of grabbing it by well, you guys can't see shit. There's so much shadow. Well, I apologize for the sun. I'll beat it later on for misbehaving. But it'll be sunken in. It'll be sunken into it. Yeah, these separate link tracks. Look, I had to use I had to tie them together so they would stay together. Just a massive pain in the ass. But that was also 20 years ago. I'm a little bit more patient. I have other resources. Skills are a little better. So, okay. This is over in the to-do pile. All right. Let's, what else we got that's hanging around here? Die off a little bit. It's trying to die off. What the hell this is part of. This is worth a damn. This is part of an 88 flak gun that my buddy built, and I kept all the spare parts because I didn't want to throw them away. And I need to see if this is worth keeping or not. Well, see, I can do things now that I wasn't able to do. So I bought one of these things. I love knocking things down when I don't mean to. You need to go there. I bought one of these snips that I never had any of. So now I don't need to have all this plastic. I can just keep what I want. And this sprue can go away. And yes, you can use sprue to make cool antennas and stuff like that, but I have plenty of it. I don't make that many antennas. That can go in the garbage can. What do we have here? A sprue with nothing on it, garbage can. Okay, I guess it comes with 2 gun barrels. You could make 2 different ones. So I don't know if I'm going to need that. Here's a standing crew, which is shoddy looking, but we'll keep them just the same. We may need them for something. Honestly, they'll probably paint up okay. It's just a matter of, will the paint stick to them? Yeah, these guys have little to no detail on them. Okay, we're going to keep those two. We're going to keep the 88mm gun. Okay. This is a Hasegawa kit. And I guess these are some ammo containers or something. We'll keep this. So now we reduced our plastic footprint to this. This is what it is. This is a Hasegawa kit that he had. Classic 88mm gun. Oh, boy, it has 2 barrels. This is part for not in use. This is a different flak gun. All right. We're going to put that in the bottom down here. All right, what else? And this is what I've been doing, is kind of trying to sort what exactly do I have here? What's here? You know? This is a Panther that I did finish. Oh, we got decals for the Panther kit. It's a Hasegawa Panther kit. I did finish it. It's put away. What do we have here? We've got, this is gun crew for... That's interesting. It has some hatches. Gun crew for something. Okay, this is what's left of a Pack 40. And here's the other part. And this is a T-34, an Eshi T-34 kit. Wow, what a mess. What a mess of stuff. Separate link track. I don't know exactly what vehicle it goes to. I'm going to actually make one bag that's just going to have nothing but track. Oh no. Decals are 176 scale. Those come in handy. I'm going to need them. Okay, here's one wheel. Wasn't there another wheel over here, or that one was the wheel? Here's the gun out of a Hummel I had. That's no good. See, here's the Pack 40. Not that I really need it. I got 2 other Pack 40s to build from. Oh, look, I found a machine gun. That's handy. All right, let's cut this up so we can keep just what we need. All right, we have extra stuff here that is not necessary. Okay, that goes in the garbage can. And this is more gun crew stuff. They've got some hatches and shit up there. I don't know what the hell they go to. We'll just keep that whole sprue. This goes in what's left of the Hummel, which I built a long time ago, and I don't think it's salvageable. I gotta find all the pieces. It's one of those like, oh, it's already molded in gray. We'll just dry brush it like it's the winter time. We're good to go. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that this is part of a 1/35th scale model, judging by the size of that. I'm pretty sure this is a Pack 40 in 35th scale. You go in the garbage can. We're never doing that scale again. What's here? This is decals for a T-34. Achilles Tank Destroyer, MMS. I wonder if my buddy must have had an Achilles and I kept it. The instructions. Here's another set of tracks. The Panzer IV Aust 2 instructions. We'll put that with a kit. We're getting our way to that. These are Russian tanks. Okay, we'll put this with the Russian thing. And we're gonna get a bag for that. Actually, I'll go ahead and just throw these guys in here for good measure. And we're gonna put this anti-tank gun with the other two anti-tank guns. That one's 1/72nd scale. The Airfix ones are 1/76. And here they are. And it's missing a road wheel, so maybe I can use it in a diorama, not a diorama, but pick up the destroyed. It probably would work fine for that, unless I come and find the other wheel. Okay, here's the ones that come with the Opel Blitz. Here's one barrel of the Pack 40. Gun crew actually didn't look that bad. No instructions. Put these guys together. Opel Blitz and Pack 40. Yeah, I bet somebody has the instructions for this Pack 40 online. I guarantee you that they do. What is this? This is the instructions for the Panther Alpha G. I've already built it. I'm going to keep it nonetheless. And what is this? This is the Hasegawa instructions in Japanese, how to use other shit that I don't have. That goes in the garbage. All right. Moving right along. What's this? This is garbage? Perfect. Throw that away. I need to put this in a more user-friendly location. All right. Coffee. Well, I found something useful to do while the light is misbehaving. All right, let's put my glasses back on so I can see. What else do we have up here? This is what we just fooled with. Okay. Here's a Panzerjäger 1 that unfortunately is in pieces. But not that many pieces. But the problem is that this one has track problems, and I wouldn't be surprised if those little tracks that we see over here are from it. And it's real easy to find out what tracks go with it because you measure them, and if they almost fit, they're the ones for it. And I think that's the problem with this thing. Is the tracks were the issue. So honestly, it's probably not worth my time messing with it. It's better just to probably just throw it away. Or do something with it. These are all pieces that go with it. There's another set of tracks. That's the problem with those plastic link tracks, is they just don't fit. Or if they almost barely fit, I've tried boiling water. It just they don't bend it that much. It's not as easy as it should be. What else do we have here? We have an entire kit of an Eschi Panzer 1. So here's the alternative. When the starts behaving, you're going to do more painting. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It depends. It might be too late. Here's the Eschi Panzer 1, which is the same bottom hole as that Panzerjäger 1. So I could use the tracks, and these are separate links. The Eschi used to do this thing where they would do some of their kits with plastic, some of them are with the separate link, because the plastic ones are older, and this has made a mishmash of things. But honestly, I got half a mind to paint this as a Panzer 1. Does it have decals for Russia? Yeah, it's got the standard stars. I may use it as a recon vehicle, and Panzer 1. Now these crew is the crew useful? Or they got the stupid like bounce heads. I may build this as a Panzer 1. But this is a kit that's complete. It's the only one that I have complete untouched. The only one. I've molested everything else. So when it gets built, it will be a long time. I want to retrofit the stuff that I have more than anything else. I want to fix it up. It's either that or get rid of it. And I really would rather not get rid of it. Let's not do that again. All right. What do we got here? This is another part of the Opal Blitz Pack 40. So we got 3 Pack 40s in here. One of them basically kaput. Okay. Here's the instructions. We can close this up, and we have dealt with the stuff that's on top of here. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be. If I was here alone, yeah, we would paint afterwards, but I live with other people, and we got other things to do today, so we'll just have to see how it is. I really don't want to disconnect. What do we got here? This is a 251. And I got into a fight with the tracks. See, I got the tracks to fit, but look how freaking loose they are. It's like a pain in the ass. Like, who designed that? Somebody was a sadist. So, the other track, I believe, was this one. Oh, the tracks are over here. Good. If it's here, and it may not be. It's not. I'm not sure what the hell these go to. So that's why it's not built. Story of my life. You know, I've got the skills now and patience to finish these things where I wouldn't have had it before. And it looks like the pintle mount for a machine gun. The separate link tracks really make you want to just find who invented it and just do something really nasty to them. Did I say separate link track? I meant rubber band track. The separate link tracks are a pain, but they're solvable. This is a Matchbox one. Again, it has one track and the other one, it was like an unsolvable problem. Yeah, like I'm not even gonna fool with this if I can't find the other track. There's one. I don't know where the other one is. It may have broken trying to put it on, to be honest with you. So I will cannibalize, use whatever figures come in here, which this one actually has some pretty decent figures in it. Take out the machine guns, throw the rest out. A Fujimi 251. Hey, it's got decals. Let's step forward. This is not the crew that comes with it. This is a crew that comes with one of the Eshi kits. Just disregard the noise. They're just trying to blend somebody's body parts out. Here's the anti-tank gun that's for it. This is all stuff. Oh, here's more decals. The hell does this go to? Yeah, this isn't part of it. This is part of it. This particular one, which I believe is this one. I believe this tan one is this one. And you can see even with these rubber bands, I had to pray to every god on the planet just to get these things to close up. And it was a nightmare. I am looking forward to not... it's one of those things that, you get frustrated, you don't build it. And then you spend so much time building it that you're afraid of painting it and painting it wrong. And then all that time you spent building it goes out the window. It's just kind of this big looming, like, I don't know, problem looming over you. And that's really what would happen. I would encounter something that was a problem, and I would just go the other way. Like here's a Panzer Kampfwagen 4 that has the separate link tracks. I think there's hope of this one. All right, I'm going to grab the one. Yeah, I'm going to grab the one and the F2. The F1 and the F2. Because now I've got the... Let's grab the one first. This is actually the same kit. This is the F2, and you can see I already started painting some of it. That's not the way you do it. Build the whole thing, and I can paint anything I can reach. Okay, so I'm going to assume that everything in here is for the Panzer F2. Okay, and the F2 instructions, which we found them, is here. Okay, and these would be, for the drive on Stalingrad type of thing. And here's the F1. And the road wheels are inaccurate or some bullshit. I'm not worried about all that kind of stuff. Everything's inaccurate if you get right down to it. Some things more than others. So let's finish this guy up. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Because I can't do anything else. Here's the decals, which I'm probably going to put in a common location. Let's get this stuff all out of the way. Let's make sure the epoxy is not alive, which it kind of is. Find out. Oh, wait. Hold on. Before I get carried away, where are the tracks for this bastard? Because if this has track issues, I'm not doing it. I'm literally not gonna be tortured by these things. Now, one thing that I actually found. What the F was that? Oh, the door. Hold up. Almost back. Sorry about that. Well, that took too long. Oh well. Good morning from Canada. John Peter, man, I haven't seen you in a long time. You must be doing your tours again. So I was saying before I had breakfast, I was totally unexpected. One thing that I found from somebody's idea that makes it a lot easier is if you cut these teeth off, when you put these separate link track, you have enough extra give that sometimes you can put these things in there. And I don't know why the hell I wouldn't have put this on here. I was retarded when I was younger. And I can reach anything that I can. Yeah, this is going to fit in there just fine. We're going to put that in there. I don't see any reason not to put that in here. Man, the sun's still baking my leg. And if you guys were on my feed yesterday and wondering why the signal was apparently so bad, everybody in the neighborhood's signal went to shit because it was storming. I'm actually not going to try to cut the teeth. There's no point in creating more effort for no gain. I'm just going to push this through. The other thing I'm doing now is that I didn't used to do before is that because I can't see anything. Oh, you know what? We probably need to check before we go and put the tracks the wrong way. Okay, it's wider towards the bottom. It's wider towards the bottom. Okay, cool. A 50-50 chance. Since I can't see that well, I have to take my contacts. I can't see up close with my 20/20 vision, which I guess by default means it was not 20/20. But anyhow, I have to take my contacts out. So now I have a lot more. I don't know that I see better, but I have more. I'm paying attention to things that are up close a little bit better. Yeah, see, this is on here, and it's rather loose. It's not terrible. It's going to work. Okay. Let's put the other side on. But if I buy any kits, they will be, the running gear will already be on them. I'm not doing rubber bands. I'm not doing separate link. I'm certainly not doing rubber bands. So I thought rubber bands, okay, the problem with rubber bands is they don't look realistic. But the real problem with rubber bands is sometimes these kits are old and the rubber shrinks and then you can't get around the things. Or you have to put so much pressure to get around them that you break the idler wheel off in the back. So that's no good. Make sure we're going into the sprocket. And see, these rubber band tracks are bigger than they should be, which is normally what the problem used to be with rubber band tracks. But I've got, the T34 kit is terrible. I can't even get them on one of them. So I have a couple of SU T34s, 76s. Okay, good. That part's done. Let's get instructions and find out where we left off on this thing. 20 years ago, or 25 years ago, or however long it was. And what I like to do is, it has these little notches in here, so that it fits in here. I just take them out. Because this is going to be a wargaming model, we don't need to scuff up the paint job when we rotate the turret. Okay. Perfect. All right. Right. Yeah, it's just to the point where it's like, I'm either going to fix all this stuff or we're going to throw it away. Because I wanted to pick some up and build some, but yeah, this snapped off. Okay. See if we can get away with using this glue and not have to use something nasty like epoxy. When I started using this glue again, I'm like, man, it's weird working on a hobby using things that smell bad. Although I do have a version of this Bold cement that comes from California of all places, and it smells like oranges. Actually smells nice. But you have to apply it with a paintbrush, which is okay. I mean, I put this up at a tiny little bit of an angle. That's a 24 caliber 75 millimeter gun. Oh, I was thinking the bottom of it was hollow. Let's keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't. Here, we'll have it rest here. Okay. This part is all complete. The turret, we got those things on there. We got the side ports. We got that. We got the doors. That's complete. Okay. Section 3, wheel installation. That's already done. Okay, the whole top on the bottom, there's a thing called B1. We've already installed that on here. We did the separate link tracks. It's telling me to open a hole? That's weird. Open holes to put things on there. That's what a bunch of slackers. Is there an up drawing to refer to that? There is. Okay. All right. These back pieces, they're done. That part is complete. Got it. Stage 5 is done. 6, turret installation. We have that. Okay, we have not done headlights and the such. We did do the front mounting plate. All right, so it looks like we're at stage 6 somewhere. I'm telling you, there's not much to do. And then I can put these, and then we can do Panzer Gray on them. And we'll do all the Panzer Gray stuff together, including, so it'll be like the, I've got a Mark II F2, which was around the time this one operated as well. And I found some German decals, so we can do that. And I don't know if I'm going to get into putting Panzer Division markings on them. I want them to be unit neutral. Yeah, I hopped around like some of these things are on there. What the hell's wrong with me? Jumping all over the place. I got this one done, but not this other piece. I need to be on watch. What we got here? Does DBA do World War II? Nope. I guess they do. There's some World War II rules, but screw that noise. Screw that noise. Do we have the piece that goes in the antenna case? We do not. Okay, let's find out how big the prongs are on here for these things we need to add. And here's one thing I do. This is actually an ammunition vehicle for like I want to say it's the Thor mortar that Hasegawa makes, and they just throw this sprue in here as well. So I'm going to get it out of the way. There may be some part that's communal in there, but that thing's just in the way. Same thing with this. This is like, I don't know what the hell this parts of shit is. Is this some of it here? Oh, I see. Because this is, all right. Is this empty? No. There's parts 16 and 15 and the little hatches. All right, that's where we need to go next. Okay, so these the little flaps for the visors is 10. All right, and one goes here and one goes there. All right, so let's cut both of those off carefully. $25 years to build one tank, and it's still not built yet. See, I worked at the hobby store, so it's been... You can look, find out when Hasegawa released these kits, and that's when I got them. It's every bit of like 1993 or something like that. 93, 94. Okay. I want to know if it's even with that hatch. So I'm going to go to this drawing. I'm not going to go on the internet and research it. You can take things too far, and it looks like it's going to be about maybe a little bit forward of it. Okay. Well, that's what it was. There's some new stuff that's come out. I want to buy it. I'm not letting myself buy it if I haven't done anything with these things in 25 years. Or however long. We'll call it 25 years. We'll put it in the middle. Best thing about this stuff is this little brush is awesome. Okay, and we'll do the same on the other side. I remember when I was a kid, my dad would use this glue, use the Testors one when he would build some stuff. And even with the front. And I hated this stuff because you had to wait. But I love it because it leaves no thickness. There's no thickness to the glue. You just weld the stuff together. Okay? That one's done. Helps if you move it to the right side. Okay. D1, there's like a hatch on top of the hatch. Like a pistol port on top of that. Interesting that they molded that differently. Oh, we still have all these accoutrements. Well, where is piece? So I want to get rid of this sprue. Piece 16 is the horn. Okay. And piece 15 is the fire extinguisher. And 5 is the box. So then we can get rid of the sprue. Okay. So here's the box. Here's a horn. Here's the fire extinguisher. And there's still 2 more things on there, but all right, the box. Le box. I will not be buying any new things. Here's the peg that it sits on, the whole center right there. Let's not cut that off. I will not be buying any new things that have separate link anything. Or separate, I want all the running gear like one piece. That's focusing too much attention on stuff I'm not interested in. See if we can manage to get a nick on our finger. You don't have to use a lot of strength when you're doing things in plastic. So there's one, there's the other one. Here's the bottom of that. Here's the top of it. Okay. Let's get rid of these 2 little pieces. All right, and we need to drill them out. So let me go ahead and get my, let me go ahead and get a little drill. It should be easy to drill through plastic. I haven't drilled through plastic in umpteen years. I probably would have just used the end of an X-Acto knife back then, but I actually need to use a drill bigger than this one. Probably something like this one. I think I'm gonna go to the hobby store today and get some of these tools that I never had much of a use for until now, if we're gonna do more of this. Okay, we need to drill the horn and the headlight. Those seem to be right next to each other. They are. And they are even with the center of that thing right here. So they're right there next to each other. I don't know why the hell they didn't come pre-drilled. Sadistic bastards. Okay. me go a little bit bigger. Go a little bigger. No, 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 nope, nope. There it is. There's a stupid pin vise. With a tiny little, I bet I've been looking for this thing and it was attached to the pin vise. Let's do this. We're gonna get a more even grip around this thing. There we go. Now, here. It's actually harder than I thought it was. Okay. And then we're going to make sure that we leave enough meat between them so we don't have a problem. Doesn't have to be perfect. Every factory made them a little bit differently, which is why the Germans lost the war. Among the many reasons. It's actually pretty nice, pretty oddly satisfying. All right, where else we got to put holes in? Got the vision block on. The little box goes over there, cool. The other little type box thing goes here. And a fire extinguisher goes over here next to where that other item is. Okay, and it looks like it overlaps the horn a little bit. It goes beside where this is. So that Russian JSU 122 kit is brutal. Okay, I'm going to put it even with the middle of this. With the middle of this S hook. I should put it about in the right place. Okay. All right, we'll put it first because it seems like there might have some kind of an overlap. Which way is it facing? It is facing... It is facing with a little nib forward. Got it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and drop this glue. Not really a glue, softener. It's a thinner for plastic. But that means it's not good for you to drink it. I swear when I put these things before together 25 years ago, I didn't use a pair of tweezers. And it's like a breeze with a pair of tweezers. That thing sideways, you don't get any fingerprints. No, it's straight on. Got it. Okay. And which one goes to the inside? Headlight. Headlight goes to the inside. What headlight? Did I not cut the headlight out? I didn't cut the headlight out. The horn. C1. Okay, that's that little piece. This is 33. C1 and C2. Okay, C2 goes on that side. So C1 goes over here. Yeah, I don't think I used an X-Acto knife back then. I mean, tweezers. So this is honestly, it's finicky, but this is a lot easier than I remember it ever being before. This is the one for the far side. We'll put it over here. Okay. This is the hardest part right here, is getting enough of a purchase on these parts to clean off the little bit of flash they have on them. If the flash is really bad, I can always clean it off after they're on the thing. We want it facing that way, okay, and the horn's on the other side. Got it. Okay, let's reinvigorate those two spots. Let's always close this so we don't have a problem. Although the design of that bottle is pretty nice. I also wouldn't mind having some tweezers that had maybe some rubbery tips so that these, I wouldn't lose a purchase on these things. Okay, and now we'll straighten this thing out. And the horn, the funny side faces forward. Okay. Perfect. Okay, working our way up that side, we've got that box, which is this B9. She's sitting on this hole, the side of the hole there. But I need to leave space for the thing that's right at the corner, which is B12. So let's make sure we cut B12 out and put it in first. So then we can know how much meat or space we need to leave between them. And I don't know what I was doing if I was building both of these tanks at the same time. That's how you get nothing done. We're gonna need the box. No, I'm not gonna need that one until the other kit. There's B12. Okay. There's no reason they couldn't have just molded these things on the hole. I don't know if there's any flash on here. Another tip I read somewhere is if you use the back of the X-Acto knife, you can use it to like take panel lines down. It's actually really helpful. Not on something this small, but something bigger like on a turret or something like that would be useful. All right. This fits all the way up against the top, right? Nearly. Okay. Nearly. So this goes right here at the corner. Oh, you can actually see it's marked a little bit. That's where the two items go. Almost towards the top. And the box goes with this side down. Yeah, if this had like tiny little rubber tips on it, I think this would be a little bit more useful. That little brush or whatever the hell it is, freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. Okay. All right. This is a shitload easier for me than than this stuff used to be. We have a step. Is it marked on here? It kind of is. Barrel cleaning rods. They're out of the way. B6. Okay, this is B20. I'm going to go ahead and cut it out, and then we're done with the sprue. Not cut too close. And that's too close to actually use the nips. Okay, where's the... There it is. I moved it back here so it wasn't attached to the door. All right, we'll set that aside. We're done with that one. What's the piece we're looking for? B6. Doesn't even say what sprue this is. Always cut in the wrong corners. That's the same sprue. Got both of the stuff mixed for. Okay, here's B6. Oh, that's D6. Okay, B6. We're going to need a step. To break down which one B is. Okay, it's a long one. It's the same 120 was on. That's weird. It wasn't on there. I've got all the Panzer IV sprues together. You know there's two kits. Is it on this one? I did put it on that one. Okay. Well, if I don't find it, what's this? This goes to a Panther G. And it's one side skirt and something else. So here's what we're going to do. This is why my 1/35th scale stuff many years ago was in the same boat. I just threw it all away. I said, I'm never going to do 1/35th scale stuff. Never regretted it. I regret having bought it. But I have no use for models that just sit there and you never do a damn thing with them. Okay, I'll move that out of the way. Okay. What is this piece? This is an F2 piece that's useless. Okay, got it. I don't freaking see it here. No barrel cleaning rods. Okay, so they let some crew borrow it and they never brought it back. That's just like them to do something like that. I never know about Klaus. If we come across it later, that's in a place where it can be installed. That's not a problem. Okay, D6 is a step. It's well marked there towards the edge. Let's cut it out. That's this step right here. Let's cut far away from it and hopefully we don't snap this thing, because the plastic does not age well. And this one only has the bulbous muzzle for the high velocity 75. Okay, that's all that's on here. So it's almost like the same kit you can build the F1 or the F2, even though they're marketed as two different kits. I think I've said kits more today than I ever have in my entire life. You could build either one, so you're going to have spare parts. But the box art's different. The Mark IV specials, as they used to call them in the desert. I don't think they showed up until Gazala, maybe. Maybe early Alamein. Okay, this is going to sit on the very edge here. I started looking at actual photographic evidence of this stuff and I'm like, I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to go crazy worrying about if these kits are accurate or not. I'm going to build them according to the instructions, and that's good enough for wargaming. Okay, we've got B2. That whole side is done. Now we can move to this side. We don't know where the cleaning kit is. Maybe it'll turn up, maybe it won't. You can tell how worried I am about it. Other side, we got the horn, the other headlight, which we judiciously put it over on this, over here. Is there anything to drill over there? No. Okay, it's near the hatchet. Is it even with the center of the hatchet? No. No, is a little bit further back and even with the other headlight on this side. Okay, the headlight is even with this one, and it is about that far in. So we're going to put it about there. Maybe a little bit further out that way. And we'll be painting all these guys not with an airbrush. I'm not buying an airbrush. I'm not interested in painting in the garage, which is what that would entail. I'm not even going to game in hot weather anymore. I'm just not going to do it. Aha. See, even being careful. Okay. With the exception of the cleaning rods, we got everything on that side. Let's flip over to here. We got that vision port, right? The jack was already put out on there. Okay, I already put this the shovel, and the antenna case is what goes next. I can tell you this is probably going to be a pain in the ass. To clean the flash off of. Let's see. Almost had to wear safety glasses there. See, that's too thick to be able to use the back of that. So I would have zero interest in doing this if I knew this was a display model. If this was never going to see action. I have zero interest in doing that. All right, now which one of these two sides? Okay, I see the little notch there. Okay, so they're saying the notch goes here. Oh, it fits with the other notch. Cool. That's probably all the way towards the top. But let's double check it. It is not. It's like in the middle, just above the shovel. Well, who'da thunk it? All right, who have I put to sleep yet? 4 people I've put to sleep. This side up too. It's almost touching this, so I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of weld on there and see if it'll end up welding to this as well. Make it even more secure. If I had really a lot of confidence in my snow camouflage painting scheme, I'd build a bunch of stuff for Figure-atively. And those of you guys who do not know what Figure-atively is, shame on you. It's the relief attack to Stalingrad that didn't make it. But that's one of my favorite campaigns. As somebody who lives in a place where there's no snow, I think snow stuff is very exotic. And things are really balanced there. during that time period. The Germans are a little bit better quality than the Russians, and the equivalent, the weapons are pretty equivalent. Still here, had to get coffee. I understand completely. I think everything is done on this thing. I knew there wasn't much to do, except I need to put there's a little thing that goes under the cannon that it's to keep the antenna out of the way. So it pushes the antenna out of the way. It's piece C3. So let's see if it's here. See, these other pieces are for the other mark, the later one. And then we're going to jump right into that one and finish it up. If we do Panzer Gray, we can do 3 or 4 vehicles. No reason not to do that. C3, huh? We're not going to find it on the munition schlepper. Yes, that's a real word. You munition schlepper, you. This is probably part of the same thing. They're really confused by giving you extra pieces. And I didn't make it any better by, just throwing shit together. And if I don't have it, then I don't have it. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm sure there was some tanks where it was missing on it. And I don't readily see it. This is not how I would go about things these days. I'm a hell of a lot more anal retentive. And I mean that in a good way than I used to be. I don't see it. That may have been it right there. I can see it being real fiddly and it breaking. Okay. Panzer IV Aust F1. Completing. All right. Add it to the pile. Nice thing is you can stack these vehicles. They don't weigh anything. The F2. Let's see what I forgot to put on here. Because I did the same thing with the Stug. I had to add more things to the Stug. Because I was a weenus and didn't do that. Alright, let's put these instructions away. I mean, I still built this kind of as an adult, but I was in my 20s, right? Yeah, it would have been in my 20s. Okay, F2. The instructions for the F2 are where? Oh, did I just find it? I just found it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. It's another vehicle now. Then I can play in whatever the hell it's called. Armored Commander. Yeah. Run across T-34s with this gun, you're going to have problems. All right. I can't tell how it attaches. And the instructions are useless. So, photographic evidence. Oh, looks like it attaches right on the bottom of it. It's almost even with the front of the gun. All right, let's see if we can kind of get a idea how that's going to be. It's got attached there. It's got attached there. It's not that. The needle in the haystack. That's right, I found it. I found it. we're going to need some there, some there. Let's flip this upside down. I bet that's going to be easier. And it is that way, right? Let's be careful. Yep. Oh, it's like that. Oh, what? Really? Yeah. Wow. No. That doesn't seem right at all. Doesn't even fit underneath it. What's going on? It's got to be like this. Hold on, it's not making any sense at all. Not making any sense at all. Time out. It's like too long on one side. No, it doesn't make any sense. It would have to be. All right, I gotta look at photographic evidence. This is not making any sense at all, and there's no holes or nothing on it. Glasses, where are they? All right. That's why we have these access to all this stuff. We're just going to open up another window, and we're going to put. This is quicker than freaking putting it, than looking it up. All my stuff that I have. Panzer IV, F1, barrel. Let's start off with there. Barrel is like the hardest word for me to spell. I'm a good speller, but barrel is one of those words that no matter how you spell it, it just looks freaking wrong. What are the metal rods under? Okay, here's on Quora. Oh yeah, that's where we get all our good information from. Dinky looking A-frame. I'm glad I stopped and didn't. Okay, here's a Tamiya kit. Those used to be my favorite kits in 35th scale. I keep saying kits. Damn it! It's a disease, I tell you. All right. Here's an F. God, why is this thing so elusive? Okay, it's underneath the main gun barrel. Okay, so this piece, so it's got to be like this. It's almost like broken or something. It's got to be. It's like broken. Part of this one's broken. All right. Okay, well, we can work with that. We can work with that. That we can work with. We're going to attach it there. We're going to attach it. There. We're going to make sure it's right underneath it. And just this part will be missing. Who knows if that's, it doesn't look like it's cut. Maybe it was just miscast. Okay, perfect. Now that one's done. Jeez, we didn't have the internet back then. Whenever I did this, there was no internet, or there was, but it was, you know, shitty and, you know, not worth a damn. Do I play Armored Commander on laptop or desktop? Laptop. I don't have a desktop anymore. It's pretty freaking cool, man. It's really freaking cool for what it is. I mean, the graphics are sucky, but once you get over that, you know, the gameplay's solid. I know why they made the graphics sucky, because it cuts down on the requirements that your computer needs to have to be able to run the damn thing. I wish the menu was a little less clunky. It's pretty clunky. Like, you can't just like, okay, like you're used to like clicking over to move pages, and you can't do that. And you're like, well, let me use the arrow. Well, that doesn't do it. You got to use like E and stuff. And it's just, that part is awkward, but it's a solid game. And it's well worth however little it cost. Because it's not very expensive. Are you going to be moving out of the corner of my eye? We're going to have problems. We're not going to get along well. You're really leaning towards buying it. Don't buy it. Just watch me play it. I'm more fun. Okay, I think we got to put the tracks on this guy here. Maybe I didn't have such a track conundrum like I thought I did. Please be connected. Okay. All right. Right. Got all the idler wheels and shit on here. Right. Yeah, and these aren't the right pattern wheels and all that shit. Whatever. Oh, we're missing an idler wheel there. Oh, well. Maybe I'll come across it. Maybe I'll steal one from another kit. Like I said, it's either Tony made me buy it. I only get people in good habits. I have no substance abuse problems. And I don't even think this is addictive. This is just, I'm paying for my past sins. I'm definitely use what you buy. Don't keep buying shit. I've made those mistakes. You can see them right here. Yeah, I don't have any. I think wargaming is a cheap hobby. You just need to have self-control. You know? Just like you do with food. Don't order things you're not going to eat. You know? You don't waste food. That's a sin. That's how I was raised, and that's drilled into me. I can't stand throwing food away. So that thing I said about cutting these teeth on the idler wheel off is a bad idea when it's already too loose. So, not missing an idler wheel on that time. Hey, maybe we'll come across it, maybe we won't. It's easier to have this little connection towards the bottom where I can put some goop on there and hide it. Telling you all my secrets. Oh well. Oh, did I put it backwards? No, I put them both on correctly. Did I put the other one on correctly? Nope, this one's backwards. Well, I gotta fix it because now I know it's there. Really not a problem. Yeah. The coolest thing about the game is that I actually had, not the coolest thing, there's lots of cool things about it. Well, one cool thing is the designer came on and saw that I was playing it, and I interacted with him some, and he made a comment that he wasn't able to join me in the second one, and I brought up a problem with the game, and he fixed it that same day and created a new patch. I don't get any better than that. It's a guy who's creating stuff because he has the love of it, not for the money. People who do it for the money, we all need to have a job, but it's the stuff that we love and I appreciate stuff like that. I said, if I ever made Ancients rules, it would be because I love to do it. I don't want to sell them. They're going to be free. What am I going to do? Freaking retire off of it? No. So then why even charge for it? That's about as socialist as I get. Do what you love. Oh, did I not line up the teeth properly on these things? Oh man, that's a problem. Yeah, and a lot of it is how you word the feedback. I've heard that Phil's interaction with people in DBA is very negative because people treat him like people are dicks to him. So don't be a dick. Like, hey, I think this is, you can tell somebody to get lost. You just can't tell them get lost. You need to be diplomatic about it. So, oh man, I didn't line up these teeth. So this sprocket and the inside one aren't lined up. Well, I'm not going to worry about it too much. We can hide that shit. Another skill I've developed. Okay. That guy's done now. This one. Oh shit, it came undone. Now we got problems. This is... Oh. All right. We can do this. We can do this. Tony, you got the skill set and the patience. You can do this. If not, we throw you in the rubbish bin. A lot of people just have they can't be wrong ever, And the guy's doing the game because he loves doing it. And what I didn't know is there was actually there were some tutorials that weren't available when I first started playing the game. I found out about it on a Facebook group that I don't think is really a friendly group about computer games. There's, not everybody's an asshole on there, but it's not the friendliest of groups. Oh, this was a pain to do, too. I said separate link track is better than this. How am I going to do this? I'm going to epoxy it down when I put it on the stand and not worry about it. That's how I'm going to do it. That's how this guy's going to do it. Okay? And that's really the biggest, that's a big reason to put these on. I'm going to put it more towards the middle. That's a big reason to use stands. Yeah. See, I had melted it. I put them through and then put a hot screwdriver and melted it, and it popped through that melt. So now you don't really have anything to focus on. All right, we're going to pull this track out, and we'll attach that afterwards. All right, so where are we on the whole mix of these things? Okay, the gun barrel's obviously done. Machine guns on there, right, front. Okay, the turret, we got that. We got that. We got those things. We got the turret bustle. We do not have the two nibs cut off. Cut off the nibs. you know, some people, I'm not going to mention their names because I don't know what their names are, would go and get involved in a rule set, and their purpose in life is to find everything wrong with them to make themselves. In other words, you know, they break somebody down to make themselves look better. Like, you know, the way you make yourself look better is just do a better job. There's no reason to bring people down. What is it? Philosophical Saturday? All right. Nibs are done. I think the turret is good to go. Okay. And the rear, got those things there. Got the cleaning rods on that one. Well, that makes them different. New tank gets the cleaning rods. It's the same tank, just with a different, with a 43 caliber. I think it's a 43 caliber 75 millimeter gun instead of a 24 caliber gun. And for those of you guys that don't know, and I'm not calling you stupid because we don't all know everything, but a caliber on a long gun like that is a 24 caliber 75 millimeter gun means it is 24 times the diameter. That's 24 times 75 millimeters long. It's a function of one or the other. I don't know if small arms work that same way. They might. I think they do. So the length of this gun is 24 times 75. The length of this gun is 43 times 75. I don't know if you knew that, but there you have it. You can learn a lot from a dummy. Other than the missing idler wheel, which I'm not too worried about it. Okay, we did that, did this, hull assembly together, did the things on the rear. All right, we're back to the same, we're like in the same process on the other one. That when we started on the other one. I may build all these effers before I paint a single one. There's that too. Right. Interesting. This one doesn't have, and I thought I screwed it up. This one doesn't have headlights. What? How come they didn't tell you to put headlights on it? Okay. That's why I'm like, why did I put the horn there? That's where it says to put it. So the instructions are different. Got the fire extinguisher there. Got the little box. And the other thing. They're a little closer together than I would have put them, but I wasn't well back then, I guess. Looks like we got everything on the whole plate here. This one's done, so stage 6 is done on here. Stage 7, we've got that. We've got the tow hooks. We got this one here. Shit, that's it. What did I add on here? Nothing? It was completely built? It was just the tracks? Well, that explains why I was starting to paint it. So what extra crap do we have on here? Why is there all these extra pieces? Well, I know this is part of the munition schlepper, and I really don't know why they give you all this extra shit. I mean, this is like the back plate of almost looks like a Panther. Same thing. Here's a whole freaking hull. It's almost like the hull. It's on the Hummel. This is a little container on the side that would normally put little idler wheels in it or something like that. And I don't know what the hell piece 1 is. We're going to call this effort done. Geez, I didn't realize they were that close to being completed, both of them. Okay, we're going to take all of this stuff. Decals. as they say in the UK. I've said it before. I prefer UK spelling, but US pronunciation. I like armor with a U in it. I do. Okay, this is complete. What else we got here that's Panzer Gray? Potentially. Here is an Eschi. I see tracks that are on it. That's a good sign. Here's an Eschi. Panzer IV. Doesn't even tell you what Panzer IV it is. It's just Panzer IV. Which means it's probably a G. It is. Decals. More decals. Okay, well, I got lots of little iron crosses, so I'm not worried about that. That's good. I don't need to order any iron cross decals. Silly Italians. They don't even tell you what Mark IV it is. Oh. Okay. Oh, we don't have the top little idler wheels on here. Uh-oh. Why aren't they here? See this little bustle here? That's what they look like. That little thing that's on the other kit. Let's take the nibs off. I got a solution to everything now, even if it's throwing it away. And the sad thing is, what I really wanted to do is the Shermans, because the Shermans don't get any love. And I honestly don't, I think Shermans are ugly as shit. But that doesn't matter. They can have a lot of personality. Why don't these things have the top idler wheels on them? Well, here's what we're going to do. They might be in the Mark III kit. It's also by the same folks. I don't know why I wouldn't have put them on there. Here's the Mark III, which is an M, also by Eschi, and that's almost in the same stage as well. Well, we'll go to it next. It's funny, there's idler wheels there. Well, that doesn't really interfere with anything else. Okay? So we're going to move forward. I don't remember if the G had a one-piece hatch. This one has a one-piece hatch, though. And there was a few of them that were painted in gray, but they didn't start showing up on the scene until maybe November 42, maybe. So maybe there's some pieces missing we'll come across. All right, let's just forget about that. Let's just pretend the landing gear is going to work. Because worst case scenario, I'll freaking play with it like that. I don't have a problem. There's little stops there. You know, I'm not worried about it. The front of the hull needs piece F21. Okay. Poorly marked things. Here it is, and it's broken. Okay. And The other SG kit that I have is extremely brittle plastic. We're going to do this a little bit differently, how I would have done this a long time ago because I didn't have one of these. And that is, we're going to go ahead and cut this piece off here. Cut this piece off here. Because when we cut it, I want to be flush up against. Really? Even that careful and it still disappeared. All right. I just won't put you on. It couldn't be that much trouble. Here it is. Okay. Right. You want to make sure that this is up against this when I cut it off. Look, this is just totally mismolded. Cut that off. That part can go flying. I don't give a shit. We don't need that part. We can put these two pieces together. We can weld their asses together. Now the G has a different muzzle brake on the gun, and I believe it is the 48 caliber gun. So it's slightly longer. And I'm not going to make any of these tanks with the hatches open. That's just going to tie down the whole process. We'll save that for new vehicles. I wouldn't use these guys that it came with. They're all like gimps. Okay, looks like there's no piece of track in there. How strange. No piece of track in the front. Well, it doesn't show it. Does the drawing show it? A shit drawing. Nope, here it says it's the same length. I don't believe it. Doesn't even tell you which Panzer IV it is. How can you trust them? These are definitely pictures of H's, of J's. This one's got the turret side on it. This is winter of 42-43. So this would be a good vehicle that would be like for the counterattack at Kharkov in February. I think it was February 43. But I'm not building any SS tanks. Those guys can shove it. I'm not a fan of those bastards. Oh, look at that one. I don't have any rubber bands. I put rubber bands to put this together. Okay, so this is going to be in the middle of it, and looks like it gets up higher there. Okay, so we're just going to paint some here, and we're going to paint some here. And I should be able to do this while I'm holding it. We're going to have it, it's up towards the top. And then this one goes this way. Right? Yep. Okay, it's significantly wider. So let's push this out. Careful. Still need to push it out more. That's pretty close to the edge. This is pretty forgiving. And then let's do the same thing because it's going to be over here towards the edge. Yep. And then it's working with stuff like super glue. It's a pain in the ass because it's not forgiving. Am I going to have extra of these things? If I am, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I don't see them being used anywhere. Can I let go of you now? Yep. Tanks ahoy! Panzers los! Yep. Welcome, Wolfman. Yeah, we're doing something a little different. We're going to do some kit builds. This is salvaging stuff that I've had for 30 freaking years in all kinds of stages of disrepair. We're going to drop this thing right here. This is basically the thing that carries the spare track. I've got several pieces of spare tracks are included in here and nowhere to put them on. Should be able to fit underneath there. Okay. Let's take a tiny little bit off. It's so weird to cut things out of plastic. It's like you're like using a laser on things. It's like so powerful. An X-Acto knife compared to what I'm used to. I haven't messed with plastic stuff in years. We're gonna slide this stuff on here. We should be able to slide underneath there. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that thing. Oh, just beautiful. Beautiful. Now, I'm going to do something that is awesome about this glue, right? So I've got it in place there. I can just drip this stuff down and it'll weld that'll weld this thing all the way in. Look at that. Now, it doesn't show that this is what it's for, but that's exactly what it's for. And that just made that bear in place. The only thing you want to be careful is you don't want to put extra track for a Mark IV on a Mark III. Although, I bet you could find a picture out there of a vehicle that has track as extra protection that's for a vehicle that's not that one. And that looks a lot better than not having something there. Kit builds are the best, are they? I don't know. Actually, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying like it. All this stuff is in such state of disrepair that it's either throw it away or see what I can do with it. And I'm going to see what I can do with it. Look at this. There's another jack. Don't need another jack. All right. Where are we at? So we have the jack. Do we have the side vision slots? We do have the side vision. We have these things on the corner. We did that. We have the spare ones here. Got it. We got these three things there. We have the vision block. Got it. MG34 is there. And the hatches. All that stuff's right there. Okay, cool. And we have a headlight. Yep. Step 2 is done. Step 3 is all on the turret. I believe the turret is all on there except the main weapon. And the hatch, because I probably cogitated about whether it was going to be open or closed. I'm going to close it. I'm not going to open any of the hatches on these older vehicles. Okay. What I do need to find out is if the gun is centered or not, because not always the gun is centered in the turret. And it isn't. It's over a little bit to the one side. So let's go ahead and... Slavik, welcome. Now see, this is a shoddy kit. And the reason why this is a shoddy kit, actually, this is centered. The problem is the gun isn't centered in here. All right. The reason this is a shoddy kit is that there's no vision devices there. Like this. See how they have the two little vision things? This one doesn't have it. I'm not going to build them. This isn't an IPMS. This isn't an IPMS build. This is for wargaming. So, I have zero interest in doing stuff like that. We're going to glue the barrel in position. Any of you guys use liquid green stuff? Do you like it? Is it worth a damn? Is it worth getting? And we're off. All right, I got to be careful I don't roll over it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, my dear? Jeez, it's a whole gun barrel. What in the hell? As always, not edited. The nonsense you see here really did happen. Where could it have bounced to? I mean, really, it's been swallowed up by the world. I don't know how I could be more careful. All right. What color is it? This? It's not that color, not that different from the floor. How freaking strange, all right? Is it underneath here? No. Okay? Is it over here? No. It's not in my pocket. Right. It's not on the chair. It went to the upside down. That's absurd. That is freaking absurd. That's absolutely absurd. All right. No. What in the four hells? There's nowhere for it to go. Drink! Well, that's the craziest thing that's ever happened. Okay, the door is closed. Did it bounce out? No. I have no idea where the hell it went. I have no idea where the hell it went. Well, we won't be commanding that game in Armored Commander. We won't be commanding that vehicle in Armored Commander. That's an unlucky mother. That's what you call, wait for it, a loose cannon. I'm not going to let it bug me because it's got to be here somewhere. Wow, that's the craziest shit I've ever seen. That's the craziest shit I've ever seen. And it's a big part. It's a freaking gun barrel. I mean, it's as big as this right there. In Poland, we say that the devil covered by his tail. The devil covered it by his tail. Fucking Nazi tank. Bastards. Well, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Absolutely the craziest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. It will turn up. It's big. I don't believe in an alternate dimension. So it will turn up. And it's just a matter of gluing that on there. I'm going to proceed like I found it. Shouldn't have fallen off to begin with. No, it doesn't get the win. I'm going to keep going. No. Nope. No crease. Nothing. It's big. It's the craziest thing. No? Totally whacked. I don't have carpet. I have freaking tile floor. Unbelievable. Actually, I gotta run one of those in Armored Commander and give it a silly ass name. Loose Cannon. Well, this is... Italian paper sucks. This is like aged. Like, you wouldn't believe. All right, let's get rid of this. And I was having so much fun putting that armor plate and everything on them. Damn Nazis. Yeah, I mean, it totally disappeared. I've never seen anything like that. It's huge. It's huge. And it's this colored, which is not invisible on the ground. Wow. It's the blue, man, courtesy of the Twilight Zone. This is why I don't edit videos. I mean, all kinds of interesting stuff. You should watch my shit. And I'm not a careless person. I'm a pretty anal retentive person. Could you be anal retentive and careless? Yeah, no, I checked my pockets. They didn't go in there. All right. The key to success. What's the saying I coined? The key to victory. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. That just really threw. There's no way it bounced all the way out there. Could it be down here? No. Persistence is the key to victory. That's my saying. That I give myself credit for. All right, I'm going to check over here. There's no way it should be over there. Well, just for that, I like Nazis even less. They had cool toys, but they suck at everything else. All right, the garbage can's over here. It's unlikely it's in the garbage, but I'm gonna look through there. All right. Hello. Hey, we're having fun, folks. We'll have to sort this up and recycle later. I don't see how the hell it would have fallen out here. Stupid kid didn't even tell you what Mark 4 is. It's a G. It's a G. Or an early H. Or as you guys say across the pond, H. It's not in here. This is far away. Alright. We will continue. One last try. No. No. Wow. Did I flick it up here? No, the piece is huge. It's freaking huge. It's this whole gun barrel on this. Okay, there's no. Come on down, man. There isn't a gap between the floor and the skirting board. Nah, not big. It's a huge piece. It's a huge piece. I'm gonna do something stupid. Look back here. I'll call in the wife. She'll find it in a moment. There it is, right here. Just like I can find stuff that she can't find. No. The right move is keep going. Oh, look at the nice gun barrel that's on there. Right, keep going. Bastards. Nazi bastards. It's going to be like, these Germans are going to be just like the Chinese. I'm always bad-mouthing the Chinese and not buying stuff from them. And I'm bad-mouthing Nazis, so their tanks aren't going to work for me. Oh, well. Okay, so we did that. All right, I need to check to make sure that the hatch opens the correct way because I believe, yeah, see here, these kits sucked. Okay, here's a one piece hatch, right? It clearly shows it one piece. And the top view has a two-piece hatch. All right, you Italian bastards that don't know how to make model kits. All right, I'm gonna move on. We'll do the hatch thing later. Meanwhile, look how nice that turned out. Oh, it is live entertainment. That's right. Hey, it's all good. It's by the side of the table legs. I looked there too, man. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll find it. It'll turn out. You know what? I can always add it later. It's not like I'm going to run the vacuum cleaner anytime soon here. Really just dust, nothing else. All right, this plate goes on the back. I'm not going to worry about it if it's for the correct mark. I'm going to worry about the hatch in the roof. We'll make sure that it's the correct one. I got all the stuff. I just don't want to go look for it right now. It's not that important. I'm just not going to install it. Hey, that's what got me in this mess to begin with, right? Oh, I don't know what to do here, so let's move now, but I'm moving on. We're going to finish the rest of it. Okay, this goes on the back of the hull here on this Nazi bastard tank. Oh no, I'm offended. I'm offending people that like the Nazis. Oh well. Do woke people get offended that I'm offending Nazis? Probably. Hopefully not. Nice. Okay. Said I've never been this anal retentive when it's come to put something together. I've got tweezers and tools, and I never used to do that stuff. I've got more patience than I've ever had, probably. I'm not in a hurry to get this done by a certain time. Okay. Where else? No wonder these guys are out of business. The fuel. Yeah, there's like 2 back hulls, 2 crews. What's going on here? I only have one of these tanks. Got extra jerry cans though. It'll turn up. I'm not worried about it. All right. This goes like this. And this goes towards the left-hand side. Oh, and welcome, Ben. And all that. Just, you showed up in the commotion. It's Ben's fault. He brought all form of chaos upon us. It's too big a piece. It'll turn up. Or there really is another dimension. If there's dimensional creatures, they've got better things to do than mess with me. You guys seen the preview of All Quiet on the Western Front? Netflix looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I mean, we know how it ends. I don't remember seeing the other movie, but I just can't do Ernest Borgnine as a German. I just like, you know. I mean, he doesn't even have an English accent. Lucky video wasn't reversed, or we'd be telling you to look on the other side of the room. That's right. Well, that was an anomaly. What was I using that was causing that? It's unusual to have. It was only when I was doing that I was getting a reversed video, because I've never had reverse video issues, and I'm not doing that anymore, so we're not getting reverse videos. So, yeah, that's annoying. Let's cut this here. This plastic is brittle as all get out. No, don't snap. I cut you off there. Why are you pinched? Okay, let's cut this shovel off. Yep. So brittle. Okay, let me guess. The spot where this goes is not marked on here. All right. I really shouldn't even check it to this drawing, since it's hell, even doesn't even show a shovel. Well, I'm not going to go look at actual photographic evidence. We're just going to put one there, because, as you would say in Spanish, así nunca acabo. I'll never finish that way. I know that back in the day, these model kits were kits again. Damn it, were held in really high regard, but honestly, they're trash. But then so are the Fujimis. All right, we're gonna put a shovel there, and we're gonna put these loose cleaning rods, or whatever the hell it is, up there on the top deck. This goes here. This goes here. Do Italians make good kits now? Make good olive oil, firearms, cars? Well, that's questionable. I don't know about model kits. I always get Italeri. I always used to call them Italieri. I always used to get Italeri mixed up with Eschi. Let me guess. This doesn't fit. This is piss poor. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. And there's probably better records than this now. No, that's a Panzerkampfwagen 3. Panzerkampfwagen 4. In action. Okay. The really good thing about these is it gives you like really close in drawings of like the main differences from each other. You know, that's kind of an obvious one. So let's find out. I bet this is a G. Although the G, simplified turret, the G has a two-piece hatch. It does. And that thing goes up in front of the jack. So it's an early H. I'm going to call it a G in the game because I don't have side skirts for it. Yeah, look, it is 1/76 scale. Okay, this is what we're going to use to build the bastard. Okay, screw these Italian things. Up here. Which way? In and then out. Okay, got it. So there needs to be like this. And is it above the vision slits? It is even, the back of it is even with the start of it. Okay, so it's like this. This is really relaxing though, even if I can't find the damn gun barrel. Yeah, I don't know why these things were held in such regard. Maybe it's because of all the vehicles that they made, but they're really poor kits. Okay, what else do they tell me to put, and where do they lie about telling me where it goes? Yeah, here it shows it behind the jack. You liar. Okay, there's like a hammer. It says it goes up there. I see a hatchet. Maybe it's a hatchet. This thing right here. Wow. I thought I had it on there pretty tight. I don't know that I've ever cut myself on video. Oh! Be humble. Stay humble, folks. I'm real careful. And this is like a piece of cake compared to what I'm used to dealing with. Okay, which one of these two sides probably goes for that one? That one's got more detail. All right, where is that? Is there anything else that goes up there, like a headlight or something? No. No. Okay. Okay, what else do we have? Got the shovel, got that little thing, got that. The fire extinguisher goes on this side. Oh, really? You think it does? It does. Okay. Where's the fire extinguisher? I should let these guys burn. Here. Okay. And the front goes that way, and it's even with that. Okay, got it. And what is it in relation to the headlight? It's inside of it. Okay, that means it's going to be in here. And the pointy end towards the front? Pointy end towards the front. And I'm sure there's variations of these depending on what factory made them, because the Germans didn't standardize everything, which is, I think, one of the main reasons they lost the war. There's many reasons they lost the war, but mainly they wanted to fight everybody at once. Hey, it's a good thing, whatever the reason was. Okay, what else do we have here? The cleaning things claim to be over on top of this, and they are not necessarily. Let me see if the H, is no different. I'm more inclined to put them on here than up here. 45 and 46. It's got to be these two. Okay. And I'll put them up on the engine. I'll put them up here where it says it shows them. Big one towards the inside. Okay. Big one towards the inside. Small one to the outside. The brush on this thing is stellar. Absolutely stellar. Absolutely stellar. And made in Japan. Got that. got the muffler back here. Of course it's not marked. Why would we mark it? And you wonder why I'd never buy a Fiat. Ah, not set yet. Ah. Okay, the muffler goes towards this side. Is it centered in the back? It is not. It is well off to one side, and I bet it does not have the auxiliary engine. It does not have the auxiliary engine molded on it. Yeah, these kits are piss poor. Piss poor. Maybe that's the real reason they stopped making them. Shoddy. Yeah. No, I'm still having fun even though it has problems. The most frustrating thing about this is where you have to put these halves together, you'll end up getting a piece of plastic that's bent out like this, and you have to try to lay it flush. No, have to lay it flush, and it's difficult. And bending in hot water, that's a task too far. You know, that's just asking for something to go awry. I'm going to set this down so it's sitting on that lip. That means it's a more natural place for it to be. Let's reactivate this. There we go. Have it sit on that lip. Okay, what else do we have? That's done. Back plate's done. Jerry cans. We're not putting jerry cans on them. We'll save those for something else. That's the whole thing, except we don't have idler wheels. And there's a ton of extra parts. Not including the frickin' main gun barrel. It'll turn up. It'll turn up. It'll turn up or it won't turn up. It's a shame. I did such a good job with the frickin' hull plate there on the front. Beautiful. It helps if you know what you're building. Why isn't this sitting down evenly? It's kind of close, I guess. There we go. Now we have an F1, an F2, and whatever this Frankenpanzer is. Frankenpanzer. All right. I'm not even going to look at it. I am going to get a soda. I'll be right back. Mr. Doug, very good morning. Working on something different today, it looks like. Yes, we are. We opened a portal to an alternate dimension where a 43 caliber 75 millimeter German gun disappeared into. Didn't go this way, did it? Oh, it's like freaking 10 feet away. Why would it bounce all the way out here? It's not particularly a bouncy shape. Alright, it'll turn up. or it won't. I feel a little better considering this kit's a piece of shit, basically. I don't have an extra hatch, right? So we're gonna do it like this. Where is the opening for it on the H? Oh, it's crick-crocked at an angle? Yeah. It's catty-cornered over. Okay. I'm not gonna fool with that. As I may split it or something like that, because this is obviously, it doesn't look like an H to me. We're not even gonna trim it. We're gonna drop it inside. Okay? This piece can go in the garbage. These horrible instructions can also go away. Let's nip this down to where it's manageable. I don't know why I'm keeping these crew figures. They're not horrible, but these are for war games, not dioramas. Yeah, there's like another set of like kits and jerry cans. This is weird. Look, there's another front thing here that's not damaged. And I only have one of these. I may have bought this off of eBay at some point. Okay. This came in this was in a baggie, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay. Fucking Sapaki. The kit, it's an old Eschi kit that is just garbage. It's missing so much stuff. But they're war game models. I'm not going to enter IPMS with it. This is, I went through my my trough yesterday of stuff that is many, many years old. I mean, I've had this stuff for like probably 30 years and done nothing with them. They're half completed kits and their day in the sun has arrived. We're going to throw them away, or they're going to be up to wargaming standards, and we're going to paint them. And I haven't done World War II stuff in 25 years, and I've got lots of infantry to play with, but no vehicles. Where the hell is that thing? Okay, so this is complete. Put it back here. What else is in the Panzer Gray category that we can paint up? Here's an old Churchill, an Airfix Churchill. That's not Panzer Gray. Here's a Fujimi. There's a sidecar in here? I thought Fujimi stuff was good. Oh, it's Japanese. It must be good. Yeah. Isuzu. It must be good. Mm-hmm. And this is 1/76 scale, so it's smaller. Not enough that I wouldn't use it. What are we dealing with here? Oh, there's a barrel here. It's also misshapen. God, these look at staples, separate link tracks. Oh, we have a motorcycle with sidecar. That's cool. An engine. Yeah, I'm going to put the engine in it. Hold on a second while I put the engine on. Well, I'll build the sidecar because that's going to be Panzer Gray. I'm doing all the Panzer Gray shit. I'm taking the decals out. Is this rubber band okay? Let's see. Now let's see what happened here. Thing popped. I didn't know the trick yet. I know the trick now. you take those teeth off. It's still not long enough. What a piece of crap. That hot water thing, I used it one time. That didn't work. Oh, these are super stretchy, like they're going to break any moment. This is a J. This is supposed to be a Panzer Kampfwagen 4J. And the difference is, if I remember from my 1/35th scale modeling days, is they did not have the auxiliary motor. Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay, well, there's my sign. I got to stop. But I was going to say the difference is they don't have the auxiliary motor here in the back to power the turret because it's a hand crank turret only. Does not have electric assist. So this must be a Panzer IV-J because it doesn't have that motor also. Anyhow, thanks for hanging out with me today. It's been kind of a long one, but you know, we did all kinds of shit today, including losing main armaments of Panzer IVs. So, yeah, I should do that. I should run a Mark IV-G and call it loose cannon. How do you say loose cannon in German? I'll look it up. That'll be the nickname of the bastard. So, until next time, thanks for stopping by, and maybe that cannon will turn up. If not, it's not a big loss. The kit's kind of garbage anyways.